Hello. I hope you're doing well. God damn it. I was warming up just a moment ago, and my voice was sounding totally fine. But sure enough, the second I hit the record button, I'm fucking sounding like a Mac's mom from It's Always Sunny, but should be fine. I hope that you're doing well. I guess I'm kind of having like an off day today, but I am very, very, very excited to be playing more Dragon Age Inquisition for you guys. I guess before we start the stream, it's not anything super notable, but I finished Darkest Dungeon for the first time. It's a game that I really enjoy. It honestly might be one of my favorite games. It's just a really fun one to play as like a kind of like I tend to play a lot of like narrative games, and so it's good to have certain games on standby for playing whenever I'm like in the middle of like one narrative game, or just when I need like a break from engaging with that type of game. And Darkest Dungeon is absolutely perfect for that, because it is very low stakes, kind of like low plot. It's mostly just a turn-based dungeon crawler that's really well made. And I've probably started and stopped playing it at least a half dozen times. But this time I was determined to not restart it, as I typically do whenever I come back to it, and just like push through until I reached the end. And I did, and it was very fun. I feel like Darkest Dungeon is a game that balances difficulty and it's a very punishing game. If you're unfamiliar with Darkest Dungeon, basically it's the premise of the game is that you are some sort of like noble who receives a letter from a distant-ish relative of yours that they refer to as the ancestor. And basically he is this very nefarious guy, very wealthy, who has been excavating these eldritch ruins which are underneath his estate, and he's basically kind of unleashed this sort of like fucked up eldritch god that's trying to be born. And so your job is to hire adventurers and send them into the estate in order to stop the god from being born. And if you've played the game, it is extremely brutal. It's very easy for your adventurers to die, but when they do, you simply you just replace them with new adventurers who come into your the hamlet right next to the estate that you're basing your operations out of, basically. So it's like a run-based roguelite type of game, and yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. I feel like the it's a very punishing game, but it rewards you a lot for learning and adapting to things. It has a random element in it in the same way that like other turn-based RPGs do. It's kind of similar to XCOM, if you've ever played that, where enemies or your party members can, you know, kind of just like bungle things and get afflicted with ailments that cause them to skip their turn and do shit like that randomly. But the game never really feels like unfair, and there's always a way that you can either like adapt to things going wrong or make certain calls that can like mitigate the disastrous effects of things like that. And so it's a very satisfying game to like learn how to conquer. And then when you've like mastered all of the systems of the game, it really does feel like you're kind of just like obliterating it for the most part. But then there's always this element that can come back on you and cause you to you know, panic and have to adapt. It's very fun. But yeah, that's enough of that. Now we're gonna play Inquisition. Might have to switch over my... Yeah, there we go. So, if you watched the initial stream of this game, it was on the tail end of me playing Dragon Age 2, actually. And I had spent a substantial amount of time trying to get the Dragon Age Keep service to work, so that I could show that a little bit. And so I didn't end up getting too far into the game. Spent a little bit of time in the character... Oh, this is not the right save. Spent a little bit of time in the character creator and then did the intro, which, if you recall, was the mages and Templars meeting at a sort of conclave to talk about the state of everything politically. What with all of the mage rebellions happening and the Templars wanting more control over the Chantry and the mages. And a horrible, catastrophic explosion occurred, which opened this terrifying rift in the sky. We are playing as the sole survivor of the conclave explosion, where our guy, my guy, falls out of a sort of rift after the explosion with a mark, a green mark on his hand, which causes him a tremendous amount of pain. We met Cassandra, who was the Chantry secret police interrogating Varric in Dragon Age 2. But she is here and kind of giving us the chance to help remedy whatever the fuck is going on. And then we have Varric from Dragon Age 2 coming back into this game, and then this new guy, Solus, who is a elf mage who seems to know a little bit about the rift and the mark on my hand, and was a guy who was keeping the mark from killing me while I was recovering. But so now we're trying to join up with some guys and mend the rift.
Glad
ideally.
You brought me now, Seeker?
I'm still very, like, I think that Dragon Age 2's gameplay was definitely too fast, but it's still kind of jarring how much slower the auto attacks and things are in this game. I do definitely prefer it, but maybe I wouldn't feel so, like, off-put by it if I hadn't just recently finished Dragon Age 2. I think one thing about this game is that the combat is quite a bit easier than well, definitely easier than Origins, but I honestly don't know if it's easier than 2. I think 2 was a very weird game where most of the encounters were extremely easy, and then there were just like a couple random ones that felt like they had a really severe spike in difficulty. I think this game is more steady in its difficulty, but it's not particularly, like, intense. I don't remember there being a whole lot of encounters that were like really difficult from a gameplay angle. But I feel like having the combat be slightly easier but also more satisfying is a decent trade-off, because everything in this game has a lot more of a satisfying feeling in terms of, like, the spells have been rebalanced, but they feel impactful. I think that was kind of the problem playing Mage in Dragon Age 2, is I felt like they had looked at Origins and realized that it was too, like, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, they looked at Origins and realized that the mages were just insanely powerful. Like, they are the deciding factor for encounters in that game. I think every combat that was, like, extremely challenging was, you know, mostly that way because of the presence of a mage, and the spells felt like they just made a huge difference. They had like a huge amount of control over the combat. So it seems like they kind of looked at that in Origins and realized and like wanted to dial it back in 2, but then I feel like they dialed it back way too much, and the mages in 2 don't really feel like they do anything particularly strong.
But clearly away from the rest of your clan. Did they send you here?
What do you know of the Dalish?
I have wandered many roads in my time, and crossed paths with your people on more than one occasion.
I mean, they're your people too.
We are both of the same people, Solus.
The Dalish I met felt differently on the subject.
Can't you elves just play nice for once?
I do kind of like how the abrasiveness of the Dalish clans, and also like how different they are from each other, despite them kind of being like their whole purpose is that they sort of want to be unified and want to remain distinct from
I know it's difficult, but we must keep moving.
the other cultures that have kind of like assimilated them through servitude and things like that. But by being kind of isolated clans, they're...
What happened? That'll get you every time. Should have spun a story.
That's what you would have done.
It's more believable and less prone to result in premature execution.
Yeah, I mean, Varric doing the story, or telling the story that was the entirety of Dragon Age 2 did kind of delay things for long enough to where he didn't just get, like, immediately sent to the Hague, so that was pretty smart on his part. Oh, I also feel like, I think something that feels really good about the combat in this game is that the spells come back so much faster, and you actually regenerate mana in combat in this game. So managing mana is more of like a pace thing for a fight rather than...
She's resourceful, Seeker.
We will see for ourselves at the forward camp. We're almost there.
Like, the problem with the mana and stamina in Origins and 2 is that singular abilities cost like massive amounts of the resources, but they don't actually recover. So it's like you might have a spell list of, or like you might have like 8 to 12 different spells on your hotbar, but unless you're chugging a ton of consumables, which are very tedious to make, you are running out of mana in like 2 spells.
Another rift!
We must seal it! Quickly!
They keep
And
coming! Help us!
it's kind of just like not fun to center a huge amount of your gameplay around you like kind of grinding for resources so that you can make consumables that you just like burn through tons of during every fight.
Hurry! Use the mark!
Alright, so we've closed one of the tiny little rifts and gotten a bunch of experience. I do like how side content is in this game. You'll see later the rifts are kind of like an open world activity of sorts. But I feel like they're very satisfying to do, and it feels particularly rewarding to do them, which is an improvement on Origins and Dragon Age 2. So we've got abilities. There are even less skill trees in this than in Origins and 2. And they've kind of been broken up into a different way, because in Origins and 2, they basically had multiple spell like families or like trees, and there was a lot of variety to them, And then they had one tree particularly that was called, God, in Origins, I forget what it was called. There's one tree that has the, like, offensive, just like pure damage spells. So in that one tree, you get all the fire spells and, fireball and things like that, all of the ice spells, and then all of the lightning spells. And for some reason in Inquisition, they decided to have those be their own trees. And then they basically just completely got rid of the more esoteric or like different ones. Like there was Primal, which was mostly like earth and physical magic, and then it had some of the lightning spells in them too. And then there was Arcane, which had like Crushing Prison and some of those other AoE or like utility kind of spells. And then they had Spirit Magic, which was like Walking Bomb and leeching health off of dead enemies and like creating like Raising the Dead type spells, I think. But they've kind of just gotten rid of all of those, which I'm not like too stoked about. But the trees themselves are like bigger, even though there's less of them, and they kind of they do a better job allowing you to intentionally trigger spell combos and things like that in this game, compared to in 2 and Origins. Because in 2, it was very specific, like certain spells interacted off of really particular statuses that only like some classes could do sometimes. Whereas this uses a system similar to Mass Effect 3's combo ability system, where you have abilities that are primers and then abilities that are detonators. So typically something like this freeze spell, or any stun that another class would do would be considered a primer, and then something like Immolate, which is like an explosive amount of damage, would be a detonator, and then they actually label which ones are detonators to make it more clear and less of kind of like a sort of hidden mechanic as it was in Origins and 2. As always, I mean, I'm kind of going to be focusing on a lot of these support spells just because they're really strong. And Barrier in particular, I feel, is a sort of like mandatory spell to have. And then I'll probably be doing a lot of these ice spells, which end up kind of being
Open the gate.
Right away, Lady Cassandra.
crowd
We're
control
clear for the moment. Well done.
with
Whatever
like
that
slow
thing on
and
your
things like
hand is,
that.
it's useful.
We must prepare the soldiers.
We will do no such thing.
The prisoner must get to the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
Oh, they're talking about me.
You have already caused enough trouble without resorting to this exercise in futility.
I have caused trouble.
You, Cassandra, the Most Holy, haven't you all done enough already?
You are not in command here.
Enough! I will not have it.
What's going on?
Ah, here they come.
You made it. Chancellor Roderick, this is...
I know who he is. As Grand Chancellor of the Chantry, I hereby order you to take this criminal to Val Royeaux to face execution.
Order me? You are a glorified clerk, a bureaucrat.
And you are a thug, but a thug who supposedly serves the Chantry.
We serve the most holy, Chancellor. As you well know.
Justinia is dead! We must elect a replacement and obey her orders on the matter.
I like how they're just instantly right on the execution. Not even a second of hesitation. Which is pretty typical for the Chantry, honestly.
So none of you are actually in charge here.
You killed everyone who was in charge! Call a retreat, Seeker. Our position here is hopeless.
We can stop this before it's too late.
How? You won't survive long enough to reach the temple, even with all your soldiers.
We must get to the temple. It's the quickest route.
But not the safest. Our forces can charge as a distraction while we go through the mountains.
We lost contact with an entire squad on that path. It's too risky.
Listen to me. Abandon this now, before more lives are lost.
Oh god. I love the way my hand, like, fucking
How do
jitters.
you think we should proceed?
Me?
Now you're asking me what I think.
You have the mark.
And you are the one we must keep alive. Since we cannot agree on our own,
I like this, with, this kind of like a tutorial for making bigger decisions where, if you mouse over it, they kind of, elaborate on the specifics of the choice, or like what you're supposed to kind of be weighing, which I feel like is good to just give the player more information, and they do it in a way without being too like obvious or weird about like telling you the direct consequences of, or the potential long-term consequences of it. But yeah, so we'll be direct about it.
I say we charge. I won't survive long enough for your trial. Whatever happens, happens
Your
now.
trial.
Liliana, bring everyone left in the valley. Everyone.
On your head be the consequences, Seeker.
And there's something about the lighting in this area that's like kind of off. Like, I definitely made the eyeliner and like eyeshadow on my character completely black, but it's like showing as blue here for some reason. And then it also like saturates the skin tone a lot, where it's like supposed to be very pale, but here it looks like darker, even though I feel like in a very snowy environment it would be the opposite, where it would kind of like blow out all of the colors. So this seems like it's going pretty good, right? Like, not a whole lot of people here. They're doing fine. Ooh, one thing I definitely think is better in this game than in the previous is the fact that
Be wary. Another fade rift.
the like NPC party members are so much more intelligent in their behavior than they are in
Goodbye.
in 2 or in Origins.
How many rifts are there?
which is very helpful.
We must seal it if we are to get past!
Quickly then!
Well, these guys have a really fun look to them. I don't remember. I don't think that was an enemy in any of the previous games, so it's like a completely new type of guy.
Sealed, as before. You are becoming quite proficient at this.
Let's hope it works on the big one.
Lady Cassandra, you managed to close the rift. Well done.
I like how he says you
Do not
managed to close the
congratulate
rift.
me, Commander. This is the prisoner's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it?
It was me.
I hope they're right about you. We've lost a lot of people getting you here.
You're not the only one hoping that.
We'll see soon enough, won't we? The way to the temple should be clear. Liliana will try to meet you there.
Then we'd best move quickly. Give us time, Commander.
Make her watch over you, for all our sakes.
The Temple of Sacred Ashes.
What's left of it.
Oh
That
fuck.
is where you walked out of the Fade, and our soldiers found you. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one knows who she was.
This is these corpses kind of paint a bit of a grim picture of this. Like, it's I don't know. It's easy to think that, at least for me, that a magical explosion would just kind of like disintegrate everything, but leaving behind these like fucking Pompeii style statues is very harrowing. Real quick, just gonna check on something. Okay. God, I really like the ping, honestly. I feel like it's like a good adaptation of the very old classic CRPG thing of holding a button down and being able to see all of the interactable points or like things you could pick up. It doesn't look too bad. It's not even that big.
The breach is a long way up.
You're here. Thank the Maker.
Liliana, have your men take up positions around the temple. This is your chance to end this. Are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, I could take that.
I'll try, but I don't know if I can reach that, much less close it.
No. This rift was the first, and it is the key.
I mean, you just kind of have to like
And perhaps we seal the
stick your
breach.
hand up there,
Then
right?
let's find a way down. And be careful.
I feel like you don't really have to physically reach it.
Hour of our victory. Bring forth the sacrifice.
Ooh,
What are we hearing?
At a guess, the person who created the breach.
the sacrifice, you say? Oh, hey, look. Varric, look. It's your favorite.
You know this stuff is red lyrium, Seeker.
I see it, Varric.
But what's it doing here?
Magic could have drawn on Lyrium beneath the temple, corrupted it.
It's evil. Whatever you do, don't touch it.
Keep the sacrifice still.
I really like how the red lyrium
Help me!
in this game has like this.
That is Divine Justinia's voice.
Oh, the Pope. The red lyrium in this game has this like very menacing aura around it. It's a lot more obviously imposing than it is in Dragon Age 2. Which works well, because at this point, I feel like, you know, you're pretty familiar with how fucked up it is. And there's all this green, a lot of green rock here. I really like that effect that happened just for a moment as I got closer.
Someone help me!
What's going on here?
Well, that's me.
That was your voice. Most Holy called out to you, but
Hey man, you heard I had no idea what was going on.
What's going on here?
run when you can! Want them!
We have an intruder. Slay the elf.
I love how ominous his voice is. The voice actor for that guy is like incredibly
You
good.
were there. Who attacked? And the Divine, is she? Was this vision true? What are we seeing?
I don't remember.
Echoes of what happened here. The Fade bleeds into this place. This rift is not sealed, but it is closed, albeit temporarily. I believe that with the mark, the rift can be opened, and then sealed properly and safely.
God, he's so
However,
shiny.
opening the rift will likely attract attention from the other side.
That means demons. Stand ready.
Very well put, Cassandra. Extremely eloquent. Yeah, there you go. It's not too hard. Just reach up there and... Oh, and what? A pride demon?
Now!
Fought at least like half a dozen pride demons. Oh fuck. Okay, so this guy has kind of
strip its defenses. Wear it down.
like a fun mechanic where he hits this barrier and then you can't really do damage to him unless you disrupt the rift.
The demon is vulnerable. Now!
And then that strips his guards so that you can actually chip at him. He's so slow. Look at that lumbering asshole. Should probably, I don't think everyone's good for now. I do kind of, I definitely miss the healing magic from Origins and 2, but I think this is like a good, a change for the feel of the game because the barriers feel
coming through the rift.
very, like, tactical, I guess. Like you kind of, you're split between managing like your consumable or refillable consumable like health items and also like applying the barriers to mitigate the amount of damage that people are taking, which I feel is better than Like 2 and Origins felt like you kind of just had to have a party member who was a mage that was spec'd into like spamming healing, and even then it felt insufficient to like keep up with the amount of damage that that game was pumping out, because it had, you know, it was assuming that you were doing that anyway. Whereas in this, I feel like it works a bit better. And then, because the barrier is like an AoE, you kind of have this like tactical, you have like more of a reward for grouping up your party members, or like being mindful of where they're standing in a way that I think feels very satisfying. That should be the last wave. I realize now too that this is like the same type of boss fight that they've had in every one of these games, for like every boss fight, where you damage it and then it goes invulnerable and then summons adds, and then you get to damage it more, and then it does that like 3 or 4 times. It's a bit
Now, seal the rift.
bit rote at this point, I guess.
Do it.
I'm doing it. Fuck. Oh, there you go. Problem solved. And that's the end of Inquisition. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Next we'll be playing Dragon Age Veilguard, so get excited for that.
Oh, I didn't know you were awake. I swear.
What? Yeah, why are you freaking out?
Why are you frightened? What happened?
That's wrong, isn't it? I said the wrong thing.
I don't think so.
I beg your forgiveness and your blessing. I am but a humble servant. You're back in Haven, my lord. They say you saved us. The breach stopped growing,
there's
just
a
like the
bird
mark
back
on your
there.
hand. It's all anyone has talked about for the last 3 days.
I mean, that makes sense, but they're like happy with me, no execution.
So you're saying they're happy with me?
I'm only saying what I heard. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm certain Lady Cassandra would want to know you've wakened. She said, at once.
And where is she?
In the Chantry, with the Lord Chancellor. At once, she said.
This getup looks so silly. Dude, what is this bird? I've literally never noticed this bird before. And I can't like interact with it. It's just here. Patient observations. Vain hope someone better at this than me takes over before the survivor expires. Notes in case. Day 1. Clammy, shallow breathing. Pulse over fast, not responsive, pupils dilated. Mage says his scarring mark is thrumming with unknown magic. Wish we could station a Templar in here just in case. Alright, so I've been out for like multiple days. And they've just been keeping me in this house as opposed to in like a jail cell, so that's pretty cool. Oh. What's the fuck are you guys doing?
That's him. That's the Herald of Andraste. They said when he came out of the Fade, Andraste herself was watching over him.
Oh, you guys...
We shouldn't disturb him.
You guys shouldn't say that. That's not really That's not really what happened, but...
Why did Lady Cassandra have him in chains? I thought Seekers knew everything.
It's complicated. We were all frightened after the explosion at the Conclave.
It isn't complicated. Andraste herself blessed him.
Oh, you should
May
stop.
God be with you.
You should stop saying that. But can you fucking imagine waking up and seeing this shit? It would be the most unsettling fucking thing in the world. I feel like even if you had like a lot of self-importance and you're like, fuck yeah, it would still just be so creepy. Having everyone standing like that. So I think for this, yeah, this ability makes me generate less threat, which is pretty useful. But I want to get this because it's a ability that lets me blink forward, which is it's like somewhat useful in combat, but
It's more than anyone else has done. Demons would have had us otherwise.
Yeah, wait, what was that? Did I know? Oh, okay. So
Still a lot of rifts left
I guess the game's not over after all, but it definitely looks less fucked up than it was before.
Might seal those rifts with the chant of light.
But this blink ability is useful in combat for like repositioning and stuff, but it's also useful out of combat just because it lets you move around faster. Day 3, less thrashing. Vitals seem solid. 2 attempts so far by locals to break into the chantry to kill my patient. All this work to save his life, and will they just execute him? Will inform Lady Cassandra. I expect him to wake before the morn. So I've been here for 3 days, and at some point, people were trying to just like lynch or kill me, but they didn't, and something has changed to where they're all treating me like this now. This looks like it's like a poem.
Good luck sealing those rifts.
Oh, I should save real quick.
Roderick says that the Chantry wants nothing to do with us.
That isn't Chancellor Roderick's decision, sister.
This place is very, there's a very cool visual design to this place and this game in general. I feel like they've definitely stepped up, like the art direction and what they're able to do with environments in this game to give them like a lot of like character. And there's kind of like a grandiosity about this that works well for the way the chantry is.
I do not believe that.
That is not for you to decide. Your duty is to serve the Chantry.
Is this guy seriously still banging on about how I need to get like hung or whatever? Hanged? Hello?
Chain him! I want him prepared for travel to the capital for trial.
Disregard that and leave us.
You walk a dangerous line, Seeker.
The breach is stable, but it is still a threat. I will not ignore it.
Here, you guys are seriously still doing this?
So I'm still a suspect, even after what we just did?
You absolutely are.
No, he is not.
Someone was behind the explosion at the Conclave. Someone most holy did not expect. Perhaps they died with the others, or have allies who yet live.
I am a suspect?
You, and many others.
But not the prisoner.
I heard the voices in the temple. The Divine called to him for help.
So his survival, that thing on his hand, all a coincidence?
Providence. The Maker sent him to us in our darkest hour.
I don't know about that. That's nah.
You realize I'm an elf? A Dalish elf?
I have not forgotten. No matter what you are or what you believe, you are exactly what we needed when we needed it.
The breach remains, and your mark is still our only hope of closing it.
This is not for you to decide.
You know what this is, Chancellor. A writ from the Divine, granting us the authority to act. As of this moment, I declare the Inquisition reborn. We will close the breach, we will find those responsible, and we will restore order with or without your approval.
This is the Divine's directive. Rebuild the Inquisition of old. Find those who will stand against the chaos. We aren't ready. We have no leader, no numbers. And now, no Chantry support.
But we have no choice. We must act now, with you at our side.
I mean, I feel like Liliana wouldn't really care about any of that, considering she was like doing all that stuff with the Warden, and that was just like two guys with no support from anyone.
What is the Inquisition of old, exactly?
It preceded the Chantry. People who banded together to restore order in a world gone mad.
After, they laid down their banner and formed the Templar Order, but the Templars have lost their way. We need those who can do what must be done, united under a single banner once more.
So, basically, like, what they're talking about is the really, really old story, if you remember it, from Origins, that Liliana tells about Andraste and the like Tevinter slaves, and then the elves rebelling against the Tevinter Imperium and like pushing them out of Ferelden or whatever, and then establishing the Chantry there, which if you also remember, were technically the same people who did the weird fucked up crusade against the elves later.
But aren't you still part of the Chantry?
Is that what you see?
The Chantry will take time to find a new Divine, and then it will wait for her direction.
But we cannot wait. So many Grand Clerics died at the Conclave. No, we are on our own. Perhaps forever.
You're trying to start a holy war.
We are already at war. You are already involved. Its mark is upon you. As to whether the war is holy, that depends on what we discover.
I mean...
What if I refuse?
You can go if you wish.
You should know that while some believe you chosen, many still think you guilty. The Inquisition can only protect you if you are with us.
We can also help you.
It will not be easy if you stay, but you cannot pretend this has not changed you.
Yeah, I think I just feel so weird, like, inherently tying this up with, like, the dudes that... I mean, it was like the guys that formed the Chantry initially were, like, fine, but then that organization kind of, like, went on to do a bunch of horrible bullshit, so I feel like tying, like, this movement with that one kind of makes me feel queasy.
When I woke up, I suddenly didn't picture this outcome.
Neither did we.
Help us fix this before it's too late.
Oh yeah, I forgot that fucking Cullen is here all of a sudden. They kind of brushed over him in the intro, but that's him right there. Oh, those are like, they're like Liliana's birds, like messenger crows or whatever. And I think that's Redcliffe, if I'm remembering. A lot of the areas in this look way different than how they looked in Origins, even though there are like a lot of returning areas from Origins and also some from 2, I think. Oh, he's so pissy about it. Yeah, I feel like the warden thing in the first game is a lot easier to like get behind kind of universally, whereas this one has a lot more like political baggage associated with it. But I also think that kind of makes for a lot of potentially interesting stuff. In terms of like people reacting to the formation of this, or like the fact that it is invoking that like old shit. Title card, it's true, late title card, which I don't think 2 had that. Not really. I think that's a cool moment, but as a title card, it was alright. It was fine. So now everything's opened up a lot more, and we can finally do the real shit, which is talking to everyone who's here. And then we also have this, which is like a little tutorial on the basic
if you're here to clean, Hess can get you back in the room.
System things.
Anyone calls you knife here, come to me.
Excuse me?
Oh, you're him. Thren. Inquisition Quartermaster. I'm doing what I can to supply this mess. If you find what I need to fill one of my requisitions, I'd appreciate you bringing it in.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
What do you do here?
I make sure the Inquisition troops have food in their bellies and iron in their hands. Both are important. Lots of people expecting us to be heroes, marching all day to fight the demons. Turns out heroes need to dig latrines just like everyone else.
How does someone end up as quartermaster for the Inquisition?
I served for Eldon under 10 Loghain MacTier.
Oh, hell yeah.
Best commanding officer this world has ever seen. After they all turned on him at Denver,
I mean,
there wasn't much use for people who held that opinion. Queen Honora offered my services to the Inquisition. It was a kindness. She knew I supported her father and got me away from the political garbage.
That was nice.
I understand Loghain joined the Grey Wardens after the Blight ended.
Yes. A mercy, people called it. Serving the Order they say he betrayed.
I think it's pretty fitting.
Eldon to greatness. Instead, he lives in exile, fighting Darkspawn until the day he dies.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do when you commit weird,
Farewell.
What is that called? When you try to, like...
Can I help you with something?
I guess... I don't know. He was, like... He wasn't really usurping anything. He was sort of just, like, trying to... The fucking over the wardens was kind of the big part of that, I think. That was not great. But at least he wasn't trying to do it for, like, personal power grabby type reasons. Alright, so here we have the apothecary. This is like the thing that replaces crafting potions and stuff, and it kind of bridges the gap between the more streamlined, like, but still awkward and weird Dragon Age 2 system with a more, like, clearly defined and I feel like more useful system where you have your basic healing potion, which is kind of like Estus, and then you have 2 slots for other consumables, and those can be elixirs, or like grenades, or other potions. So and then you just like unlock them and upgrade them. There are a ton of them, and
Tell Sigrid, he better hope he doesn't
they all feel pretty useful.
Look who's back from the dead. Again.
I don't recall meeting you before.
I'd be surprised if you did. You weren't particularly coherent.
It was you.
Someone had to patch you up after you staggered out of making knows where, though. So, you're welcome.
Thanks.
I didn't realize. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you can pay me back by fixing the world. Name's Adan. I'm in charge of keeping our little band here stocked with potions and elixirs. Not that Seeker Pentagast seems to care whether we've got the supplies to actually do that.
Pentagast is like the craziest last name ever.
For a healer, you don't seem particularly nurturing.
It's not how I would have phrased that, but
who's forced to play mother hen. You want something to burst into flame on contact with the air? Done. Gladly. Patching up wounded soldiers is a waste of my time and talents. But there are few around who can help.
How are your people holding up?
There's no shortage of work. That's for damn sure.
I do think it's kind of funny how they're like, oh yeah, we're really strapped for people. Like, we're super low on manpower, but it's like, compared to the dudes in Origins, this is like a fucking fortress.
Is there anything I can do to help out?
We're fine as far as raw labor goes. You've more important things to do than tend to me. I only wish I'd been able to find Master Tajin's notes. Old bastard was working on something special. He died at the Conclave, and his notes weren't here. Been too busy dealing with the wounded to look for them.
Yeah, how are things?
How are your people holding up?
There's no shortage of work. That's for damn sure.
I already said that. Okay.
Right,
Oh, I did forget to, there's like a similar side quest that you can get from the quartermaster that I forgot to pick up.
How do you think they'll close that huge hole in the sky?
Ellen?
Can I help you with something?
What did you mean when you mentioned requisitions?
I'm making this Inquisition run with what we have, but we're not a real army. We're stretched thin on materials, so I've put up a requisition list for anything that could help our people. Here, take a look. You find some iron and a good login site. Maybe Harriet can get our troops better weapons.
So these are these are basically like side quests that you finish for power, which is a resource that lets you do
You find anything we need? Let me know.
certain things that we'll get into later. Oh, I forgot to, one thing that's fucking awesome about this game, coming off of Dragon Age 2, is when you're here at camp, you can just manage everyone's, gear, so you don't have to, like, fucking switch people out and then worry about all of that, which is super nice. Oh yeah, and then I have this, like, see this, if you're gonna do DLC gear, this is what you should do, where I have this staff and I have like a blueprint so I can make more of these staves that like technically sync to my level like the ones in Dragon Age 2, but they cost resources. But for now I just have this like weapon that is very, very slightly better than the stuff that I already have from starting the game. And then same with all this like armor, which is just very slightly better than what I have. I honestly kind of like the look of the this like regular armor type thing compared to this, so I might give it to oh, Souls can't wear it. I'm the only person who can wear it. I guess I'll wear it for a while. Nah. Yeah, I just like the way this coat looks a lot, especially with like the grimoire and stuff. And then you... Honestly, I'll probably just get rid of all of the DLC armor. Oh yeah, and this is like a consumable necklace that prevents people from dying, which is kind of cool. I tend to not use items like that because you don't really need them, and I don't know. I feel like having them break in a situation where like one party member accidentally dies is like not super useful. Oh, this thing out here is really cool.
I heard Seeker Pentagast might...
Honestly, I'm kind of debating whether or not to use it. Essentially what this does is it syncs your blueprints that you've acquired over every playthrough, because a lot of them are like random and stuff like that. So if you use it, you kind of just have the ability to make any armor or weapon in the game, and then you're still limited by like the items, like the crafting materials that you need to get and stuff, which will actually determine the level of it, but it just lets you like get all of the armor appearances, I guess. So I'll do it. Fuck it. Yeah, the crafting system in this game I think is really interesting.
I'm Harriet, and everyone knows who you are. How's the new gear fit?
It's good.
Sturdy and warm. It's perfect.
Good. World's gone mad. Stock armor and blades are good against bandits, but we're not fighting bandits. My gear will see you through demons, apostates, whatever this world throws at you. So...
Oh, fuck. Okay.
You bring the materials to us, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, what's your deal?
How did you come to be here?
Come from a little town called Lothering. Long gone now. I was in Redcliffe when the Darkspawn hit it during the Blight. Helped rebuild. Left when royalty decided it was time to hand the place over to the bloody mages. Then again, fair's fair. It was one of them that stopped the Blight and all. Ended up here. Just missed the boom. Can't decide if I'm the luckiest son of a bitch walking or the exact opposite.
That sounds pretty lucky.
You're still walking. That's always good.
True enough.
Yeah, do you have any...
If I want something, what can you make?
Start simple. Something to keep you safe. Take a look at it on the table there and we can talk. You'll need materials. We should have what you want just outside.
Can you help improve my arms and armor?
Yes. You find a new piece, a pauldron or greaves, we'll take care of you. You can't just slap a new hilt on your sword in the field. Bring it here, we'll make sure it's done right and proper.
Goodbye.
Right.
So the crafting system in this game is pretty cool. It's basically like you You have the blueprint, which serves as the base, which the more elaborate blueprints will cost a lot more, which I feel like is a good way to keep inheriting these like really good blueprints balanced. And then the type of material you use will determine the damage type for weapons and things like that. And then the tier of it, so like this onyx is a tier 1 metal, will determine the level of the item and the amount of damage it does. So even if you have the really good blueprints, they'll cost a substantial more amount of material, and if you are early in the game and you only have access to lower tier materials, you'll your weapons will be set accordingly in terms of their damage, which keeps you from being too like overpowered too early on, which I think is really smart. It's also like fairly fun. It's not something that you have to pay a whole lot of attention to, because a lot of these things are just things that you'll pick up as you're going through the game. And then as you amass these materials, you spend them on making gear that is like very useful, and then also sometimes just like looks good. So it's a good way to have crafting in your game in a way that doesn't feel terrible. I know that I think at this point in like games history, it's kind of like a
You need something? Let me know.
a thing to put crafting in games where it wasn't previously, or in types of games where it doesn't belong. But I feel like, obviously in the case of Dragon Age, the crafting has been in the game since the very beginning. And here they're just kind of like finally making it more like polished and kind of fun to engage with, and less like janky. Okay, so the thing that I just got is I don't really know what this is. I think it just is in the game, and all it does is let you buy this accessory, which we like less jank. It's true. Sometimes jank can be really charming for a game, and other times it just makes stuff not fun to engage with. And I feel like the crafting in Origins and 2 was definitely not fun to fuck around with, and it took so much time. I did a little bit of like off-camera or off-stream like fucking around and like getting ingredients to make lyrium potions, and it was such a fucking headache. So this thing is another really nice quality of life thing where you can purchase this amulet that lets you reset the abilities for every character, or for any character, and then you just have to pay the gold price, which at this point in the game is pretty big, but it's less so later. And I think that they might increase in price every time you buy them, but you don't really need more than like one for each character, and that's like plenty affordable. So I'm gonna go ahead and use that. Something that I forgot to mention about leveling up is that you have attributes, but they automatically get increased as you level up through these passives. And then your gear also increases your attributes sometimes, so there's no like managing it as you're leveling up. But I feel like that's fine, because in the other two games, there wasn't really a whole lot to like giving characters like increasing abilities or attributes outside of like the two that they had that were the most important. And the gear requirements were so strict that typically you had to just be putting all of your points in those attributes anyway. So taking that part of leveling away, I feel like is totally fine. I don't typically like when games are like less made less complex. I like to see more like expanding on systems rather than like truncating them and making them less. But I feel like this is like a fine, doing something like getting rid of the attributes as a thing you do when you level up is a fine baseline to like rework it in a future game or something like that. But yeah, so I'll get this, and then I'll get the barrier ability. And then this is the reason why in Dragon Age 2 I thought that when you upgraded abilities you had to pick between one or the other, because in this game you do have to pick. You can't have both of these, which I feel like is cool. It lets there be more granular decision making, and usually the two upgrades are like different enough to make a pretty substantial difference in how you engage with like using the abilities. I feel like for this one in particular, this one's really cool, where every time a barrier that you cast expires, the cooldown's reduced, so it lets you do it more often. Whereas this one is just that they take longer before they drain, which is useful for certain builds, but this one's better overall for keeping the party protected, I feel. And I have 1 point left. I could get one of these passives. I think generating less aggro feels pretty good. And what's... okay, so let's look. I think I have this... Yeah. Make some armor and then modify it. And then there's also like the loadout station and stuff. Okay, so let's see. We can make these arms. Yeah, let's do that. Hopefully that counts as making armor. And then I get a heal bonus. I wonder what heal bonus does in this game. I guess it would make it so that when you use potions you heal more, because obviously you're not getting it from like spells or whatever. So we make the thing.
Right.
And then if we modify it, each piece of armor also has these three little like modular things in them that change the look and give you additional benefits, which I think is really cool, especially the part where you get to change the look. So even if you're, you know, kind of like, this is this appearance for the armor is like the basic look for the armor of this, the crafted armor of this class, you still get to have variance in like how it looks depending on the type of mage that you're playing and the type of build you're doing, and also just the flavor, like how you want your guy to look. And having more control over that, I feel like is very cool. And also basically this crafting system makes it so that you don't really have to worry about using armor that you hate the look of, just because it's like good.
All the things in this world
finite. What one man gains, another has lost.
Man, there's a lot of people talking all over the place.
Do harm to their livelihood and to their peace of mind. Our Maker sees this with a heavy heart.
Okay, let's talk to people now. And we'll start with Cassandra, because oh wait. Can't talk to Cassandra quite yet, because she's in the Chantry. So we'll talk to Varric and Solus first.
See reason, Lisette. We cannot stay here.
Why not?
Oh yeah, so like in that chest there was a blueprint that I didn't have because the blueprint loot is random, which I would prefer if it wasn't, but I feel like them allowing you to pass on the acquired blueprints and collectibles throughout your playthroughs makes up for that and ends up kind of just encouraging you to play the game more, which I don't mind.
So, now that Cassandra's out of earshot, are you holding up all right? I mean, you go from being the most wanted criminal in Thedas to joining the armies of the faithful. Most people would have spread that out over more than one day.
You know, honestly, like this is all bullshit, but I am pretty stoked to be alive.
I'm just glad I'm still standing after all that. I still can't believe you survived Cassandra. You're lucky you were out cold for most of her frothing rage. For days now, we've been staring at the breach, watching demons and Maker knows what fall out of it. Bad for morale would be an understatement. I still can't believe anyone was in there and lived.
Is there... I think there's like a part of my hair that's clipping through my face. Which now that I've seen that, it's gonna bug me forever. That's fine.
If it was that bad, why did you stay? Cassandra said you were free to go. I like to think I'm as selfish and irresponsible as the next guy, but this... Thousands of people died on that mountain. I was almost one of them. And now there's a hole in the sky. Even I can't walk away and just leave that to sort itself out. I'm still not sure I believe that any of this is really happening. If this is all just the Maker winding us up, I hope there's a damn good punchline coming. You might want to consider running at the first opportunity. I've written enough tragedies to recognize where this is going. Heroes are everywhere. I've seen that. But the hole in the sky... that's beyond heroes. We're going to need a miracle.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Need something?
Yeah, tell me about the Red Lyrium.
The Red Lyrium we found at the temple seemed to upset you. My brother Bartrand and I sort of discovered Red Lyrium during an expedition in the Deep Roads. We located an ancient thaig, so old it barely looked dwarven. There was this idol there made of it. Bartrand brought it back to the surface, and, well, everything's gone downhill from there. How did the Red Lyrium get in the Temple of Sacred Ashes? I don't know. So as far as I knew, the only piece to make it to the surface was destroyed. And the location of the thaig it came from is a secret. Did someone find more of it in the Deep Roads? That's not a cheery thought. So what is it? Just another kind of lyrium? The red stuff is lyrium like a dragon is a lizard. It's not just a different color. It has a whole host of weirdness all its own. I've written to every mining cast house in Orzammar. No one's seen this stuff before or knows where it came from.
Fucking absolutely nothing.
What makes it special? Regular lyrium can mess you up pretty badly, but you have to ingest it for that to happen. Red lyrium messes with your mind when you're just near the stuff. You hear singing, get violent, paranoid, and then it does creepy shit. Makes things float, brings statues to life. It also turned Kirkwall's Knight Commander to lyrium. Everyone's been kept at least 100 paces from it since.
I'm surprised they haven't just like crushed that into dust or something.
I think that's enough on Red Lyrium.
That's still just there in the middle of Kirkwall.
Subject. Need something?
Tell me about Hawk.
I've read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Where are all of Hawk's friends?
Where are the rest of Hawk's associates now?
Meryl decided to look after the elves left homeless by the fighting. She's done a pretty good job of keeping them away from the mages and Templars, so far. I guess she has plenty of practice avoiding stupid human battles with her old Dalish clan. Fenris has kept himself busy, hunting down the Tevinter slavers who came south to prey on the refugees. I'm not sure exactly where he is at the moment. You can usually follow the trail of corpses, though. Isabella went back to the raiders. She's calling herself an admiral now. I don't know if she's actually in charge or just has a really big hat. Might be the same thing, honestly. Sebastian went back to Starkhaven. I'm sure he's boring all sorts of people there. Hawk's little brother was off on some warden business near the Anderfell's border last I knew. Aveline is still guard captain. I'm pretty sure Kirkwall would fall into the sea if she quit her job.
Oh fuck. Eric. I like him trying to like get back into his mark. Yeah, I feel like
Need something?
I've read your Tale
shit,
of the Champion.
I lost it. It's fine.
And I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, what happened to Anders? Kind of. Oh yeah, sorry. I remember what I was going to say. I think him brushing over Sebastian's thing was kind of funny, considering that was like the most foreboding of like all of them, where when he left he basically threatened Hawk that he was gonna have everyone in Starkhaven like burn Kirkwall to the ground and kill all of the mages inside because he let Anders live.
What happened to the mage who destroyed the Kirkwall Chantry? The book never said.
He fled Kirkwall with the mages from the Circle. Stayed with them a while, but he had to move on. Somehow a lot of mages blamed him for making them live as fugitives. I don't know where he is now, and I don't want to know.
And then these two are just like a synopsis of the stuff that happened in Dragon Age 2, which is not necessary. And also Varric gets kind of pissed off if you ask him about those things. Ooh, so this is something that might be kind of hard to hear. But whenever you come in here, they have these
I'll make her bless you.
special songs that play that have like lyrics to them, and they're all like in-universe bard songs basically, and they're all really good. I forget who exactly composed them and performed them, but yeah, they're really nice. Yeah, you can look them up if you just look up like the Dragon Age Inquisition like bard songs. People have usually compiled a lot of them, and they're all kind of just about different things in the Dragon Age universe.
What can you tell me about this area?
Adan is Haven's apothecary. He's been making potions and tending to the wounded as best he can. Harrit is the Inquisition's smith. Whatever he can make you, Thren the quartermaster can probably find. And for anything fancier, you can try buying from Segrit. His prices aren't too high. Yet. Oh, there's also Minave. She studies beasts and things, as I understand.
Farewell.
Goodbye.
I think she has the same hair as me. Yeah. Yeah, those I'm very fond of those songs. Oh yeah, I do have to look at the potion table for like half a second.
Perhaps another time.
There we go. Oh, okay. Yes, this is the day 2 of the patient observations of 3. Lost of Thrashing mutters about too many eyes, something about the gray. Encouraging? Question mark? Which, honestly don't know what that's about. But it is kind of foreboding. By the way, or not by the way at all, but for a while there's been like this, I think it's like a weed whacker or some sort of bizarre industrial contraption operating outside of my apartment. So I hope that you cannot hear it over my microphone, but if you do, then many apologies.
The chosen of Andraste, the blessed heroes sent to save us all.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Am I riding in on a shining steed?
I would have suggested a griffon, but sadly they're extinct. Joke as you will, posturing is necessary. I've journeyed deep into the Fade in ancient ruins and battlefields to see the dreams of lost civilizations. I've watched as hosts of spirits clash to reenact the bloody past in ancient wars both famous and forgotten. Every great war has its heroes. I'm just curious what kind you'll be.
Man, that was like the coolest shit I've ever heard. Please tell me more.
What do you mean, ruins and battlefields?
Any building strong enough to withstand the rigors of time has a history. Every battlefield is steeped in death. Both attract spirits. They press against the veil, weakening the barrier between our worlds. When I dream in such places, I go deep into the Fade. I can find memories no other living being has ever seen.
You fall asleep in the middle of ancient ruins. Isn't that dangerous?
I do set wards. And if you leave food out for the giant spiders, they are usually content to live and let live.
I imagine you find some amazing things in there, alongside all the demons.
Exactly. It is occasionally dangerous, yes, but more often it's just sad to see what has been lost. The thrill of finding remnants of a 1,000-year-old dream? I would not trade it for anything. I will stay there, at least until the breach has been closed.
Was that in doubt?
I am an apostate mage surrounded by chantry forces, and unlike you, I do not have a divine mark protecting me. Cassandra has been accommodating, but you understand my caution.
Dude, there's no way that I'll let... Oh fuck, there isn't an option to tell him that I've got him, but I wouldn't let anyone fuck with this dude.
Cassandra trusts you. She won't let anyone put you into a circle against your will.
Thank you. I appreciate the thought. But now let us hope either the mages or the Templars have the power to seal the breach.
The mages or the Templars, you say? Yeah, so I fucking love Solus. I think he's awesome, and he's... If you noticed, he's a dreamer, which, if you remember, they mentioned a bit in Dragon Age 2, with that one side quest with Fainriel, I think his name was, where they're like particularly strong mages who, when they dream, they can like affect things in the Fade, and they have like easier access to the Fade, or like control over their dreams and things like that, which causes them to be very
Closing the breach
powerful.
is our primary goal, but I hope we might also discover what was used to create it. Any artifact of such power is dangerous. The destruction of the Conclave proves that much.
The thing.
You don't think whatever created the explosion was destroyed in the blast?
You survived, did you not? The artifact that created the breach is unlike anything seen in this age. I will not believe it destroyed until I see the shattered fragments with my own eyes.
We would do well to try to recover whatever created the breach.
Liliana's people have scoured the area near the blast and found nothing. Whatever the artifact was, it is no longer there. In any case, did you need me for anything?
Tell me about elves.
I'd be interested in hearing your opinions on elven culture.
I thought you would be more interested in sharing your opinions of elven culture. You are Dalish, are you not?
I mean, yeah. Yeah. But you do? Yeah, I am.
Yes, I am. The Dalish are the best hope for preserving the culture of our people.
Our people. You use that phrase so casually. It should mean more. But the Dalish have forgotten that, among other things.
Oh, but you know the truth, right?
While they pass on stories, mangling details, I walk the Fade. I have seen things they have not.
Yeah, then you should, you could teach him.
Fine, you think we're terrible. What about the alienages full of elves who aren't Dalish?
Why? What would it benefit some poor man in a Ferelden alienage to learn that his ancestors strode the land like gods? It would only make him bitter, or inspire him to take a foolish risk and get himself killed.
You've decided his reaction for him.
Perhaps I have. If you have questions and believe the answers will help, ask.
Yeah, I want to hear more about the Dalish from you.
Are all Dalish elves like my clan?
No. Your clan was unique in having enough interest in human affairs to send you to spy upon the Divine's meeting. As your clans have been separate for so long, they have all changed, adapting to the lands in which they live. Some are no more than bandits, others trade freely with humans, and some have disappeared entirely into the forests.
Yeah, I think Solus's like perspective on the elves is really interesting. Where yeah, he has like kind of this unique resentment toward the Dalish because of their inability to like stay super true to a lot of the things that they're trying to hold on to. Because he cares a lot about like preserving elven culture and traditions, so he like hates the bastardization of it. But then if you talk to him about like educating the people who are outside of the Dalish, he just doesn't really see like a point in it.
What can you tell me about elves living in human cities?
The culture in alienages or among the slaves of Tevinter is like any of the impoverished and powerless. They cling to memories of a better past and practice a few rituals to distinguish themselves from humans.
Is the magic they teach in the Circle different from the magic I learned with my people?
No and yes. Magic is magic, just as water is water, but it can be used in different ways. Dalish magic is more practical, not needing chantry approval, although they still frown on blood magic. Superstition. Much of it is more subtle. A legacy from when elves were immortal.
Legends of elven immortality. Did they use magic to increase their lifespan?
No. It was simply part of being elven. The subtle beauty of their magic was the effect, not the cause of their nature. Some spells took years to cast. Echoes would linger for centuries, harmonizing with new magic in an unending symphony. It must have been beautiful.
So that's something, if you remember, a long, long time ago when I was playing Origins and going through the Dalish stuff, they did kind of mention that some of the like elven legends of the elves like way before were like that, where they, since they lived for so long, they could kind of like have this like very hedonistic society where they would just like cast spells for like 30 years or some shit like that, and then the effect of that spell would carry on for even longer.
You said that the censure against blood magic was a superstition.
I did. It's fortunate Cassandra is not within earshot. Most modern cultures forbid blood magic. Publicly, even Tevinter disapproves of it. But as I said,
that's insane.
Magic is magic. It matters only in how it is used.
Like, like the idea that like into Venter's society, they're like, oh yeah, no, blood magic's really bad, and then they just like turn around and walk back into their giant abattoir, their human abattoir that they have. Yeah, blood magic's fine. Seems kind of cool. I don't mind it.
To be honest, I don't see it as different from any other magic. It's a means to an end.
Indeed. The problem is that under the Chantry, blood magic is forbidden, so only criminals practice it. While in Tevinter, magisters compete with each other, instead of keeping their volatile friends in check. They always succeed through power, so they have never had the chance to learn another way.
I'd like to know more about the elves from before our time.
The Dalish strive to remember Hallam Sharal. But Hallam Sharal was merely a fumbling attempt to recreate a forgotten land.
Arlathan.
Elvanan was the Empire, and Arlathan its greatest city. Place of magic and beauty, lost to time.
Please tell me more.
You've studied ancient elves. What else do you know of Arlathan?
We hear stories of them living in trees, and imagine wooden ramps or Dalish Erebels. Imagine instead spires of crystal twining through the branches, palaces floating among the clouds. Imagine beings who lived forever, for whom magic was as natural as breathing. That is what was lost.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Oh, I just realized Solus, like, doesn't have, like, shoes. Like, he's got, like, little foot coverings, but his toes are just sticking out. Which, I feel like normally it would probably be fine, but, like, here he must be, like, totally fucked. Unless he has a spell for that. Is there anything else?
What can I do for you?
Oh yeah, and tell me about you.
I'd like to know more about you, Solus.
Why?
'Cause you're fucking cool.
You're an apostate. Yet you risked your freedom to help the Inquisition.
Not the wisest course of action when framed that way.
I appreciate the work you're doing, Solus. I just wanted to know more about you.
I'm sorry. With so much fear in the air. What would you know of me?
Have you always traveled and studied alone?
Not at all. I have built many lasting friendships. Spirits of wisdom, possessed of ancient knowledge, happy to share what they had seen. Spirits of purpose helped me search. Even wisps, curious and playful, would point out treasures I might have missed.
I don't know of any spirits by those names.
They rarely seek this world. When they do, their natures do not often survive exposure to the people they encounter. Wisdom and purpose are too easily twisted to pride and desire.
You're saying that you became friends with pride and desire demons?
They were not demons for me.
Meaning?
The Fade reflects the minds of the living. If you expect a spirit of wisdom to be a pride demon, it will adapt. And if your mind is free of corrupting influences, if you understand the nature of the spirit, they can be fast friends.
That's the coolest shit in the world.
I'm impressed that you could become friends with spirits.
Anyone who can dream has the potential. Few ever try. My friends comforted me in grief and shared my joy. Yet, because they exist without form, as we understand it, the Chantry declares that spirits are not truly people. Is Cassandra defined by her cheekbones and not her faith? Varric by his chest hair and not his wit?
Yeah, man. Spirits are totally people. You fucking kidding me?
I hadn't thought about it that way. But I see your point.
I think about it that way every goddamn day.
Few are willing to entertain such a notion.
You said you traveled to many different places.
This world, or its memory, is reflected in the Fade. Dream in ancient ruins, and you may see a city lost to history. Some of my fondest memories were found in crumbling cities, long picked dry by treasure seekers, the best of the battlefields. Spirits press so tightly on the veil that you can slip across with but a thought.
Any place in particular?
I dreamt at Ostagar. I witnessed the brutality of the Darkspawn and the valor of the Ferelden warriors. I saw Alistair and the hero Ferelden light the signal fire, and Logain's infamous betrayal of Kaelin's forces.
I've heard the stories. It would be interesting to hear what it was really like.
That's just it. In the Fade, I see reflections created by spirits who react to the emotions of the warriors. One moment, I see heroic wardens lighting the fire, and a power-mad villain sneering as he lets King Kaelin fall. The next, I see an army overwhelmed and a veteran commander refusing to let more soldiers die in a lost cause.
You can't tell which is real.
It is the Fade. They are all real.
Damn straight. That's that's something that I think is so fucking cool about the Fade and the spirits and stuff. The idea that similar to, you know, the thing that they've mentioned in the other games about how and here that your personal perspective and the qualities that you have as a person influence the nature of spirits to, you know, to where if there's a particularly like distorted or corrupted emotion that you have, it can turn a type of spirit into like a more malevolent thing. But then that also extends to like stories and just like the things that are in the Fade. So it kind of is just like this this dream world that shapes itself to be personalized to the dreamer, but it also has this like wider reflection of the collective unconscious of like every living person in the world, which is really cool. And then the idea that the information that you glean from the Fade is sort of like hearing a story that was like written by someone, where it's largely determined by the emotions that were felt in that moment, and then translated into kind of this like a more like grand or like fantastical version of what really happened.
What made you start studying the Fade?
I grew up in a village to the north. There was little to interest a young man, especially one gifted with magic. But as I slept, spirits of the Fade showed me glimpses of wonders I had never imagined. I treasured my dreams. Being awake, out of the Fade, became troublesome.
It's pretty relatable.
Did spirits try to tempt you?
No more than a brightly colored fruit is deliberately tempting you to eat it. I learned how to defend myself from more aggressive spirits, and how to interact safely with the rest. I learned how to control my dreams with full consciousness. There was so much I wanted to explore.
I gather you didn't spend your entire life dreaming.
No. Eventually, I was unable to find new areas in the Fade.
Why?
2 reasons. First, the Fade reflects the world around it. Unless I traveled, I would never find anything new. Second, the Fade reflects and is limited by our imaginations. To find interesting areas, one must be interesting.
Man, I really like that too, as a thing where similar to the stories that or the way that the memories of spirits manifest kind of like stories. Him getting better at dreaming is kind of like the process that you have to go through to create like better art, which is like actually having more life experiences. And you know, you're very limited in what you're able to do with lots of different things if you stay in one place and don't like branch out or grow or reach outside your comfort zone and stuff.
Is this why you joined the Inquisition?
I joined the Inquisition because we were all in terrible danger. If our enemies destroyed the world, I would have nowhere to lay my head while dreaming of the Fade.
I feel like none of these are really affirmative, but this one might be the closest.
I wish you luck.
Thank you. In truth, I've enjoyed experiencing more of life to find more of the Fade.
How so?
You train your will to control magic and withstand possession. Your indomitable focus is an enjoyable side benefit. You have chosen a path whose steps you do not dislike because it leads to a destination you enjoy. As have I.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
I also like how that last line is kind of just like a really flowery way of saying that ultimately he studies the Fade and spirits just because he thinks they're neat. Okay, so now I think I'll take a little moment to go get those notes, which are just over here.
Do you think the mages will be able to seal the breach?
I heard some speak of the Templars.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. I honestly don't know why. It feels like Varric has a lot less
You're worried about the rifts.
dialogue that you can have with him initially compared to Solus and the other like newer companions.
See reason, Lisette. We cannot stay here.
But it's still yeah, I don't know. It almost feels like they've kind of just like assumed that you've played the other games and don't really give him a whole lot of like there's not a lot of asking Varric about personal details or his like philosophy. It's mostly just like the little things of asking him about like the events of the second game. And he will have a lot of stuff later. I just think it's kind of interesting how they like cut down on that stuff with him compared to
Might be
the other
something
companions.
here. Better take a closer look.
Oh yeah, so there's like a pinging thing for finding items, and then you just kind of follow it. It's like a hot cold type of deal. And then once you find it, you know, pick it up, and there it is. And then I think out here somewhere too is the logging thing, which actually might, yeah, that shows up on my map. You'll notice that one thing that has changed a lot with this game across the other two is that it's much more of a traditional open world RPG, and it has a lot of activities that might be reminiscent of I guess something like an Ubisoft game, but I do think that they're handled a lot better and they feel more substantial than something like that. But that is definitely a quality of this game, because Dragon Age 2 is, you know, very limited in its scope because of the myriad of development issues that I have talked about. But Origins, I feel like, I don't know, maybe at the time there wasn't really a whole lot of like open world RPGs in like this style, I don't think. So it was the doing side activities manifested in a lot of like ways that were very different and more similar to how like older CRPGs operated, but also not quite like that. Before I forget, I do want to sell all this bullshit that I have. And then, yeah, sell all of this. We don't need this. And then maybe, yeah, sell those. And that. You can probably sell those. Oh, and then there's, there are still like valuables or like junk items that you can sell in this game, which I kind of like. I don't think there are backpack upgrades. I think you're just like limited to the amount of slots that they start you with. But I might be wrong about that.
Got the door again.
Okay, so we filled this, and then we got 1 power, which will make sense as a actual game mechanic here in a moment. Let's go check on our buddies. Oh, everything. Oh. Some
Does it trouble
poppin'. I mean, yeah, where the fuck does it come from?
I just wish I knew what it was, or how I got it.
We will find out. What's important is that your mark is now stable, as is the breach. You've given us time, and Solas believes a second attempt might succeed, provided the mark has more power. The same level of power used to open the breach in the first place. That is not easy to come by.
What harm could there be in powering up something we barely understand?
Hold on to that sense of humor.
I like her little smirk there.
You've met Commander Cullen, leader of the Inquisition's forces.
It was only
I
for
remember
a moment
you,
on the field.
you
I'm
dickhead.
pleased you survived.
This is Lady Josephine Montelier, our ambassador and chief diplomat.
Anderan Atishan.
You speak Elven.
You've just heard the entirety of it, I'm afraid.
And of course, you know Sister Liliana.
My position here involves a degree of...
She is our spy master.
Yes, tactfully put, Cassandra.
Neato. Why am I here? Yeah, why am I here?
Cassandra tells me you have a plan.
I mentioned that your mark needs more power to close the breach for good.
Which means we must approach the rebel mages for help.
And I still disagree. The Templars could serve just as well.
We need power, Commander. Enough magic poured into that mark.
Might destroy us all. Templars could suppress the breach, weaken it, so...
Pure speculation.
I was a Templar.
There shall be... Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat for some reason.
Even speak to us yet. The Chantry has denounced the Inquisition.
There shall be an Inquisition in this age of dragon. Indeed. They definitely... There's a lot more of them, like, name-dropping that stuff. Which, is kind of funny. They should have just named it Dragon Age 3, but... I think this was at that time where every, like, game sequel was called some shit like that instead of just giving it, like, a number. Which I think we're like grown past that generally with games, thankfully. Denounce the Inquisition and me specifically. Yeah, it was pretty fast.
That didn't take long.
They did Andromeda for Mass Effect 2. Yeah, it's true. Even though that was like Mass Effect 4.
The Herald of Andraste. That frightens the Chantry. The remaining clerics have declared it blasphemy, and we, heretics, for harboring you.
It's fine. Fuck it.
Chancellor Roderick's doing, no doubt.
I'm a
It
heretic.
limits our options.
Fuck the Chantry.
Approaching the mages or Templars for help is currently out of the question.
Why?
Just how am I the Herald of Andraste?
People saw what you did at the temple, how you stopped the breach from growing. They have also heard about the woman seen in the rift when we first found you. They believe that was Andraste.
Even if we tried to stop that view from spreading.
Which we have not.
The point is, everyone is talking about you.
It's quite the title, isn't it? How do you feel about that?
I fucking hate it. It is terribly unnerving, and they're also wrong. But yeah, I don't know. It fucking makes my skin crawl.
It's a little unsettling.
I'm sure the Chantry would agree.
People are desperate for a sign of hope. For some, you're that sign.
And to others, a symbol of everything that's gone wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, are they not worried about the big fucking thing? Like I'm the guy?
So if I wasn't with the Inquisition...
Well, let's be honest, they would have censored us no matter what.
And you not being here isn't an option.
There is something you can do. A Chantry cleric by the name of Mother Giselle has asked to speak to you. She is not far and knows those involved far better than I. Her assistance could be invaluable.
Yeah, and what makes her different?
Why would someone from the Chantry help a declared heretic?
I understand she's a reasonable sort. Perhaps she does not agree with her sisters.
Neat.
You will find Mother Giselle tending to the wounded in the hinterlands near Redcliffe.
Look for other opportunities to expand the Inquisition's influence while you're there.
We need agents to extend our reach beyond this valley, and you're better suited than anyone to recruit them.
In the meantime, let's think of other options. I won't leave this all to the Herald.
Oh yeah, something that's kind of funny that they kind of brush over is that, I mean, they mentioned, so there was the Conclave was, like, near the Temple of Sacred Ashes. They had, like, built this, like, big thing in the 10 years or so, near the Temple of Sacred Ashes because they know about it now. And, that was all destroyed and blown up, but this, remains, and this is nearby, and it's this is Haven from the same like town from Origins that was filled with all those cultists that got cleared out. So they like kind of the traditional Chantry people ended up moving in and like building it up a little bit as just this kind
in
of
touch with our friends in Lady
like
Esther's
a
estate?
Hamlet thing.
Several bards will play for her tomorrow night. We will have names soon enough.
So this is like a tutorial for the warboard, which I think is everyone's least favorite part of the game, and the most like glaringly obvious in terms of them trying to add like weird, modern, trendy bullshit design into their game. Where you have these little things, and then so this will unlock an area, and it costs power. So power is like the resource that you spend to unlock new areas and do other stuff. And then you have 3 like routes that you can take for each one that are tied to the ambassadors that they showed just now. So like connections is Josephine, secrets is Liliana, and then forces is Cullen, and then they have like a different flavor, and sometimes they affect the outcome of these little things. So everything's going really great. If you've forgotten, the mages and the Templars are completely at each other's throats, and they're kind of engaging in this like weird, unorganized, bloody war that is kind of just like happening in the middle of every fucking town in the hinterlands in Ferelden. So we've unlocked it. The apostates are mad, attacking anything that moves, and it appears that the Templars here aren't following anyone's orders any longer. We located Mother Giselle and are trying to protect her, but she refuses to leave the refugees until we've ensured their safety. Commander Cullen asked me to make inquiries of Master Dennett, a retired horse master of Redcliffe, who lives in the area. We tried to contact him about obtaining better horses for the Inquisition, but we've been unable to get through the fighting. Lead Scout Harding. So that's the new mission, or the new area. If we go back, we can see these other things that are available now. So this is where it starts to get fucky, where these ones for unlocking new areas are totally fine. You just do them like this, and then sometimes they cost like power or whatever. But these are timed. And not only are they timed, but they're also failable. So like a lot of these have like really special rewards that you can get only if you pick like the right path. And for these I am going to use a like chart because the the reward for doing them correctly is like usually pretty important sometimes, or in terms of like items that are unique for companions or things like that. And then it also has a lot of like flavored text. Like there's some interesting side stories that are happening through this war table specifically that you won't really hear about otherwise. And the consequence for going through them wrong is that you just don't get the you don't get anything for it, and then it cuts off the it'll just cut off the quest if it's like a multi-step thing, so you just don't get any more flavor, which is kind of whack. So what I'm going to look up is just a list of... I don't have my quiet keyboard, so you'll have to excuse my very loud mechanical keyboard. And then I'm... Okay. There's also, the other thing that sucks about these is that if you look at the 12 there, these all take time, which is really obnoxious. So, the first ones won't be super long, but some of the later ones are like multiple hours long, and the time does pass when you're not in the game, but then it just ends up being like this weird real-time, like old school Facebook game style like thing. So we'll do Liliana. I'll go ahead and read these because this one's a Varric specific one. Ruffles, I need a favor. Actually, let's call it a loan since I'll pay it back. I got a letter from my editor in Kirkwall today. She tells me that Hard in Hightown 3, The Repuncheoning, appeared in print from an Antivan printer a couple weeks ago. I'll give you a moment to contemplate the horror that is that title. I had my contacts in the Merchants Guild look for the author a couple years back. The best they could find out after spending a couple hundred gold was that Pyrrhal Bellenforth is a pen name. I could have told them that for free. You've got contacts with the Antivan print houses. Maybe you could find more than the guild, Varric. So it's similar to the little side quest in the DLC of Dragon Age 2, where there was someone who was like penning these like stories about Varric that are, or they're not about Varric, but they're like unofficial sequels to a book that Varric read. And they're written like dog shit. So Varric has kind of made it his personal mission to get rid of them. Contact Clan Lavellan. This one's kind of interesting. So there are unique quest lines here for the type of character you're playing, like your background and stuff. So this is the Dalish Elf one. Clan Lavellan offers greetings to the Inquisition and wishes it well in sealing the breach that is opened in the sky. While some Dalish clans hate humans and wish nothing to do with them, Clan Lavellan has always dealt fairly with all and wished only for peace. That said, we have on occasion been forced to defend ourselves from those who saw us only as potential victims. It has come to our attention that a member of our clan is being held captive by your Inquisition. He went to the Conclave only to observe the peace talks between your mages and Templars, and we find it highly unlikely that he intentionally violated your customs. If he has been charged with a crime, we would appreciate hearing of it. If not, it would ease our concerns to hear from him, to know that he remains with the Inquisition of his own will. We await your reply, Keeper... okay, I'm going to give this my best shot. Istime Thoriel Lavellan. So this is definitely one that if you fuck it up, you miss out on a lot of really cool stuff. And one of the reasons why I'm being so cautious about it is because you'll see usually one of the options out of the three will have less time than the other ones, but that is not always the right solution. And in the case of this one, if you send Cullen, despite it being faster, the clan freaks out and attacks the Templars, and then the Cullen's Templars just kill the entire clan. So we'll send Josephine, because she knows a little bit
At your service.
about what's up. The Terran of Highever. To whom it concerns, the Terran of Highever wishes to convey our deepest sympathies on the death of Divine Justinia V. The Most Holy was incomparable in her wisdom and dedication to peace, and we had high hopes that her conclave would succeed. We will hold a vigil in Highever in remembrance of Justinia and cordially invite the Inquisition to attend. So this might actually be one that Cullen is good for. Sweet. Okay, so then we'll send Cullen on that one.
To work?
And obviously, so like the other annoying like limiting factor of this, which, you know, makes sense in a Facebook game because of the weird like predatory kind of nature of how those games work, but here it's just kind of annoying, is that once you send each of them on like a mission, you can't do any more. So now we're just unable to do start any of the other ones until they start clearing up. So yeah, it's like a cool idea. I like that they have these like text only side stories that they get to tell with those missions specifically, but the implementation is just really frustrating, and there's no reason for them to like have the time limit on them that they do.
The Inquisition cannot remain, Ambassador, if you can't prove it was founded on Justinia's orders.
This is an inopportune time, Marquis. More of the faithful flock here each day. But allow me to introduce you to the brave soul who risked his life to slow the magic of the breach. Master Lavelan, this is the Marquis d'Aurelion, one of Divine Justinia's greatest supporters.
And the rightful owner of Haven. House d'Aurelion lent Justinia these lands for pilgrimage. This Inquisition is not a beneficiary of this arrangement.
This is the first I've heard of Haven having an owner outside the Chantry.
My wife, Lady Machin of Denerim, has claimed to Haven by ancient treaty with the monarchs of Ferelden. We were honored to lend its use to Divine Justinia. She was a woman of supreme merit.
Man, that mask
will
looks
not let an
fucking
upstart order
terrible.
remain on her holy grounds.
Yeah, this is
Interesting, considering the Inquisition was begun by the left and right hands of the Divine.
I've seen no written records from Sister Liliana or Seeker Pentecost that Justinia approved the Inquisition.
If you won't take her at her word, I'm afraid Seeker Pentagast must challenge him to a duel.
What?
It is
That
a
sounds
matter
fair.
of honor among the Navarrans. Shall I arrange the bout for tonight?
No. Perhaps my reaction to the Inquisition's presence was somewhat hasty.
We face a dark time, Your Grace. Divine Justinia would not want her passing to divide us. She would, in fact, trust us to forge new alliances to the benefit of all, no matter how strange they might seem.
I'll think on it, Lady Montillier. The Inquisition might stay in the meanwhile.
just flip him off a little bit on the way out. Maybe slam the door behind him.
Do the d'Aurelions actually have a claim on this place?
His Grace's position is not so strong as he presents it. Despite our Ferelden relations, the Duralions are our legion. If the Marquis wishes to claim Haven, Empress Selene must negotiate with the Ferelden on his behalf. Her current concerns are a bit larger than minor property disputes.
I'm so pleased the Marquis isn't tossing us out into the cold.
His Grace is only the first of many dignitaries we must contend with.
Oh
You
god.
expect more people in Haven?
It's a nightmare.
Undoubtedly. And each visitor will spread the story of the Inquisition after they depart. An ambassador should ensure the tale is as complimentary as possible.
Oh, thank God she's gonna talk to them so I don't have to.
May I ask what brought you to work for the Inquisition?
Sister Leliana approached me. We've been acquainted for quite some time. For better or worse, being the Inquisition's diplomat has become as interesting as she promised.
What sort of dealings have you had with nobility?
For some years, I was the royally appointed court ambassador from Antiva to Orlais. The nobility of Thedas is a rather singular sphere. Those I'm not acquainted with, I know through reputation.
Yeah, that seems pretty useful. I do fucking hate this. I'm not a fan.
If every noble wandering by is as stubborn as the Marquis, what good is it talking to them?
Every kingdom is subject to its lords. The Inquisition will require their goodwill to survive.
Yeah, that's probably
but please
true.
Excuse me. I've much work to do before the day is done.
Ooh, one thing I really like, I don't know if this was in 2 or Origins, but every time you pick up a codex entry in this game, you get a bit of experience. And, oh yeah, this is the last, like, side person, like there's the smith, the quartermaster, the potion, the, like, apothecary guy, and then, this lady who
You're
does
the Herald, or
research.
well, the one they're calling the Herald, anyway. It's odd to see them accepting a mage as their hero, especially a Dalish elf. One look at your face and it's clear you were never part of a circle. My name is Maeve. I research demons and other creatures. Seeker Pentagast and I use what I find to help the soldiers fight them.
Yeah, like that line, like, you don't look like a circle mage because you don't just have the, like, intense look of sadness or apathy.
You said Cassandra has you researching creatures.
Yes. If you find anything interesting in your travels, I'd appreciate you bringing it to me. I may be able to find some weakness our soldiers can exploit when fighting various creatures.
You're too happy to
At
be a
least
mage, it
some
seems.
materials
Yeah,
are
exactly.
useful for making potions or gear for the Inquisition.
You don't have the 1,000-yard stare from the lifetime of institutional oppression and the series of harrowing trials that they make you go through. Why creatures? Tell me about the creatures.
Why did you decide to research dangerous creatures?
I like the outdoors. The idea of the outdoors, anyway. When some monster is coming at you, glowing eyes and burning claws, it's terrifying. But once you know how it works, you can deal with it. It's just another part of the world.
True.
So much of this world is only frightening because we don't understand it.
Incredibly true.
You said you were a mage.
No, just an apprentice. Circle mages must prove themselves in a ritual called the Harrowing.
That
I was
sounds
never
fucked
very
up and
good at
evil.
Magic. I've got just enough talent to be a danger to other people. But when the mages rebelled, people like me had nowhere to go. The Templars would have killed us. Luckily, Seeker Pentagast took me in, along with the Tranquil I was protecting.
Thank fuck.
I'm surprised that even an apprentice mage wouldn't join the rebellion.
I don't like using magic to fight. I'm not good at it either. I liked studying. I liked performing rituals that helped us unlock the secrets of the Veil. I liked having the Templars around to keep us safe.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, I liked having the Templars around to keep us safe. No, I don't know about that one. You probably would have loved being Dalish, though.
You might have done well among the Dalish. Our mages are encouraged to study safely.
Fenner will take the Dalish. Don't let my lack of Valisline fool you, Lethline.
Jesus.
I was a proud member of my clan until my magic manifested. You know what happens when they have too many mages. They gave me a pack and sent me into the woods to find my own life. I was 7 years old.
Listen, it's an imperfect system, but it's, I don't know, it's better than the fucking Templars. We weren't doing that shit.
My clan never did that. We sent those gifted with magic to other clans, or...
I stumbled into a village, starving and cold, a few weeks later. I started using magic to scare predators away. The villagers saw me make fire in my fist. They were terrified and wanted to kill me. Templars saved me from them. They gave me food and clothes and took me to the Circle.
It's a weird way to look at it.
I've seen what life is like without the Templars, and I want no part of it. I just want to study.
It's like you can see where she would have that perspective, but also it's like those Templars were just as likely to just kill her for being like an apostate, or, you know, if she was like afraid of them and had resisted in any way, they could have just like immediately killed her or made her tranquil or something.
You said that you were keeping some of the Tranquils safe.
Yes. The mages took some of them when my Circle rebelled, but the rest were forgotten. Most Circle mages look down on the Tranquil, or try to pretend they don't exist. They don't have any emotions. They can barely take care of themselves, can't defend themselves at all. It's a shame. I like them better than most people.
I mean, like the looking down on them is obviously fucked up, but the wanting to kind of ignore them or pretend they don't exist, I feel like makes sense considering how unsettling of a concept it is. It's like every time you talk to a tranquil person, you're like, oh yeah, that could be me if I slip up. That's fucking horrifying.
I'm glad they have someone who cares about them.
They deserve better. They're polite, they're rational, and they'll never get angry at you. When they study, they have a focus no normal person could ever match. But the Templars, even some of the mages, mistreated them just because they could. The Tranquil never fought back. If not for that, I don't know. Doesn't really matter now.
I'll speak with you later.
It's because the culture of the Circle is extremely healthy and cool. I mean, the Templars want to pick on the Tranquil because they're like, you know, failed, dangerous people to, you know, them. And probably once they're Tranquil, a lot of the Templars don't even see them as people anymore. And then for the mages, they're just like this like horrifying reminder of what the secret police will do to you if you step out of line.
Good day to you.
Yeah, give me the rundown. Let's hear
What
it.
business are the Montiliers in exactly?
We began as merchants. My ancestors founded the first trade routes to Rivain. We once sent entire fleets across the Waking Sea.
But not anymore.
No. These days, our vessels are a touch more modest.
What did you do before coming here?
I had the great honor of serving Antiva's crown as ambassador to Orlais. I'm also first in line to become the head of House Montilier, though my siblings attend to our mercantile affairs.
How strong are your past loyalties?
I would never have given up my position if I did not intend to fully commit to the Inquisition. We cannot fall back on borders. Antiva is as threatened as any country by the rebellions. If anything, the alliances I forged there may help our current cause.
Do you think the Inquisition will continue after we seal the breach?
If we prove ourselves by healing the breach, people may turn to us for other things. Protection, counsel, justice. The Inquisition offered these once to those in need.
Tell me, do you believe I was saved by Andraste at the Temple of Sacred Ashes?
Please say no.
Much like to believe so.
Oh, fuck.
The miracles Andraste performed were so long ago, they're difficult to picture. If it were truly her and the Fade who saved you, well, in any case, many already believe you walk in the Maker's light.
Let's speak later.
Farewell. Good day to you.
Tell me how you came to work for the Inquisition again.
I'd been considering leaving my post in Antiva for a new challenge when Leliana recruited me. There's such unrest in Talos, and the Inquisition seems a promising method to stop it. It's to everyone's benefit if we prevent the Mage-Templar conflict from spreading further.
So was it the prospect of stability that drew you here?
The full impact of the Mage Rebellion has yet to be felt, and that was before the death of the Divine. The violence must be curbed before we see it turn to full-scale war.
It seems all very sensible.
I can only imagine the bloodshed if it escalates further.
I'm afraid history holds many examples of what will happen if it does.
Let's speak later.
Another time.
I'm gonna come back to talking to Josephine, but I'm gonna check up on this stuff, because I think all of these are ready to do. See, that's the problem with this too, is that it's like even the shorter ones are kind of annoying because they're just long enough to where you can't just sit here on the table and do them. But they're also
Chancellor Roderick came
short to where...
Could you try not to antagonize him?
If I offend the man so easily, perhaps he should try leaving me alone.
They kind of interrupt you in the middle of doing stuff, and you suffer in some ways for... Oh, fuck, God, I forgot to read that. Suffer in some ways for not, like, coming back and then re-upping your guys and stuff. That was just, so that was the Terran of Highever. It was basically, he was doing the vigil for Justinia, and the log was that he was appreciative of Colin and the Honor Guard people coming as like a symbol, so he sent like a little gift, and then that was it. My dear Liliana, your author friend is truly a mystery. Our search uncovered only a string of foreign accounts. The trail of coin led from Antiva to Tevinter to the Free Marches and Orlais. Someone hid their tracks well, but not well enough. Your writer's in Kirkwall, and remember, you owe me a favor. A. Who would the A be? Oh, Aveline. That makes sense. And then Varric gets an Amulet of Power, which is an item that gives him a free perk point, I think, so that's pretty fucking valuable. And the clan Lavellan, Dalan, Onderon, Atashan. It does my heart well to hear that you are safe. Our clan was visited by members of the Inquisition who spoke persuasively of the good work you are doing, as well as the fairness with which our kind have been treated by the Inquisition itself. You know that Clan Lavellan has little by way of gold, but I give the messengers some of our healing herbs, as Silace blessed us with abundance in our recent foraging. We would be a distraction if we came to the Inquisition ourselves, our hunters arguing with the humans as they easily do. Nevertheless, if you need aid, send word, and we are with you. Dareth Sharal. Keeper, Isteme Thoriel Lavellan. God, those are so hard to pronounce. So that went well. Address a nobleman's concerns. Herald, your Inquisition says it's for good, or for order against chaos, reason in darkness. If you stand by this, come forth and drive the heretics from my lands. They claim to be refugees, but I've seen elves and apostates among them, filthy savages tearing at our roots. Our monarch refuses to send forth armies, and my own knights were decimated at the conclave. I require your aid to return peace to my lands. Prove your loyalty, and I will see you richly rewarded for your faith. Praise and light, some asshole of Ferelden. So I think one of these... Let us send a polite refusal. I think we should kill that guy. Yeah, it looks like a lot of these guys are in agreement on killing this dude. But let's take a look. Address a nobleman's valid concerns. Yeah, so yeah, Colin's is, we could send a few patrols. Oh yeah, the other thing is that you get, some of them have like multiple correct solutions, but you get like different stuff from each of them. So Collins is, we could send a few patrols, but I would prefer they help the refugees, not this Lord Kildarn. So yeah, we're just going to send a bunch of guys, and they're going to help the refugees and bolster them in the face of this annoying asshole. So we'll do that. And then that should be good for now. This is a repeatable thing that you can do to just get more gold. So I guess for now we'll just send Liliana or Josephine, because she shortens the time, and then we're good for a bit. Varric approves. Oh yeah, doing those companion ones also gives you approval, which is super fucking important, especially if you're lacking in it due to your choices or whatever.
Greetings.
Hello, I'm back.
How do you and Liliana know each other?
We moved through similar circles in Orlais. I believe we actually met in Val Royale. Liliana was quite an accomplished player of the game by then.
I hate how they call it that.
What exactly do you mean when you say the game?
Forgive me. The game refers to the slow duels of influence among the noble and powerful of Orlais.
Some sort of game of
light-hearted name for the matter, but our legions are
royalty, a game of crowns. Sort of
what exactly does your job
Game of
entail?
Thrones, perhaps?
I meet with ambassadors from various factions and countries and cement alliances with them. We are a young cause. Diplomacy is essential to our credibility.
Then you speak for the Inquisition with these nobles?
I do. Someone must foster goodwill on our behalf, as well as prevent controversy as news of us spreads.
So she's like the PR person too.
How heavily are our actions scrutinized?
Make no mistake. Every noble house, every throne, is waiting to see what the Inquisition does next. Many are willing to pledge support, if offers are made in just the right fashion. I intend to see that they are.
Let's speak later.
Another time.
I guess the scale of the
If you find anything,
Inquisition necessitates a PR person. And I'm certainly happy that it's her and not me.
And I shall embrace
I'm already annoyed as fuck hearing everyone say that I'm literally Jesus Christ, despite me insisting that I'm very much not. Oh, hello.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the just. Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow. In their blood, the Maker's will is written. Is that what you want from us? Blood? To die so that your will is done? Is death your only blessing? You
Jesus would say that himself, though. No, he didn't. Jesus was always telling everyone that he was, like, the Son of God and shit. He was very open about that. At least, from what I remember.
How is this a game?
Do you see the sky? What about the temple ruins? The bones lying in the dust? Even if you didn't support the Divine's peace, you wouldn't call this right. Who could? So many innocent lives.
Sure, but...
The faithful murdered where the holiest of holies once stood. If the Maker willed this, what is it if not a game or a cruel joke?
I mean... Yep. I'm as lost as you.
Don't ask me. I'm as baffled as you are.
You probably don't even worship the Maker.
Nope.
Lucky. He asks a lot. The Chantry teaches that the Maker abandoned us.
Dude, we have like 8
He demands
gods.
repentance for our
It's
sins.
a lot.
He demands it all. Our lives, our deaths. Justinia gave him everything she had, and he let her die.
I mean, you could probably blame the people who killed her.
Maybe you should be angry at the people who murdered her.
If the Maker doesn't intervene to save the best of his servants, what good is he?
I mean,
I
none,
used to
probably.
believe I
Fuck
was
it.
chosen, just as some say you are. I thought I was fulfilling his purpose for me, working with the Divine, helping people. But now she's dead. It was all for nothing. Serving the Maker meant nothing.
What if you just, like, help people for the sake of helping them? Speaking of which, fuck yeah, let me help you.
Maybe you have another purpose. I could help you find it.
No, this is my burden. I regret that I even let you see me like this. It was a moment of weakness. It won't happen again. Come. To work, then. We will speak later.
Damn. How about, like... Oh. Yeah, can't even talk right now.
So it's true. Butler has stand on us. I hope my hunch was wrong.
You knew him well?
Not as well as I thought. Show me the reports.
Oh, there we go.
There were so many questions surrounding Farria's death. Did he think we wouldn't notice? He's killed Farria, one of my best agents, and knows where the others are. You know what must be done. Make it clean. Painless if you can. We were friends once.
Dude, what are you... Are you sure about this?
Wait. What are you doing?
He betrayed us. He murdered my agent.
And you'd kill him? Just like that?
You find fault with my decision?
I mean, I don't know. It's a bit of a waste.
If he has knowledge, then he's a resource. Use him.
He's a loose end who could escape and get word to our enemies.
I guess it's true.
Butler's betrayal put our agents in danger. I condemned one man to save dozens. I may not like what I do, but it must be done. I cannot afford the luxury of ideals at a time like this.
Oh, yeah, you kind of need ideals a little bit.
Now is precisely the time for ideals.
You feel very strongly about this. Very well. I will think of another way to deal with this man. Apprehend Butler, but see that he lives.
There you go. Seems neat.
Now if you're happy, I have more work to do. Reports of fade rifts and demons keep coming. The people are terrified, and it's only getting worse. The only thing that will calm their fears now is the hope that someone out there can save them. You have to be that someone. No one else has any power over the rifts. Seal them. Your legend will spread, and Thedas will learn to trust the Inquisition.
Tell me about yourself.
Let's talk about you.
Me?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Bards tell tales. I bet you tell some good ones.
There are plenty of tales in the library. Perhaps you should look for them there.
Oh man, she's got all like... She's all like hardened now. But, like, where's the joy and the whimsy and the love of Liliana? Like, she's just totally fucking dead. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Probably bring it back to life.
What did you do before you worked for the Divine?
I was a bard, an Orlesian spy for many years. For a time I also served a small cloister in Lothering. After the Blight, the Divine called on me to oversee her personal network.
I mean, I wouldn't like to be a bard, but I'll just hear what she has to say about it.
Can you teach me to be a bard?
Being a bard is so much more than being a spy. It involves a keen understanding of politics, the ebb and flow of influence, the great game.
Yeah, no thanks.
The Bards is an
I'm good off that.
dance where a smile can be sharper than any dagger. The best way to learn is to immerse yourself in it. Perhaps when this is all over, I'll teach you.
I should leave you to your work.
We can always talk later.
Yeah, so Liliana is a very, very, very different person in this than she was in Origins and even 2. Which I think there might be some supplemental like material that talks about it, but nothing that I've engaged with.
Why do you want me to seek out the rebel mages? Why do you care?
I've known mages. Some of them were better people than me. And yet I'm free and they're not. It's not right.
There you go. It's She still has it in her a little bit.
Anything I should know?
I've nothing to report at the moment.
You seem to know a great many people.
I have made friends, and on occasion enemies. It's unavoidable.
Yo, tell me about the hero of Ferelden.
You have a history with the Warden who ended the Blight, don't you?
I
He was
count
weird.
him among my closest friends. I still write to him for advice when I can. He hasn't replied to my letters in some time. I try not to worry about it. He can take care of himself.
Dude has just completely disappeared.
They say you spent some time in Lothering. Did you know the champion?
We spoke a few times. I seldom left the Chantry, and we never became more than casual acquaintances. I saw more of the Hog twins. Bethany in particular. She would spend time in meditation at the Chantry, and she seemed to like my stories. The other one, the young man, he was a little surly. I did encounter the champion again later in Kirkwall. Those were terrible times.
Was this when the Chantry was destroyed?
No, that happened later. But even then, the news coming out of Kirkwall was disheartening. There were some in Val Rayeau who wanted the Divine to declare an exalted march on Kirkwall. Justina sent me there to see if that could be avoided, to gather
Thank God.
evidence to calm those agitating for war. I guess it didn't matter in the end.
We can continue this conversation later.
You know where I am.
I feel like even with the state of everything now, it's probably still better than, like, if they had declared an exalted march and then just marched into Kirkwall and killed literally every magic-using person. That probably would have been a bit more
They called you the left hand of the
horrible.
Divine.
That they did? What of it?
Let's hear about it. Oh my god, there's a lot here. Yeah, why don't you join my party?
I could use the left hand of the Divine at my side out there.
Every agent out in the world is my eyes, my ears, my blade. Wherever my people are, I am also. Coming with you, leaving my post, would blind and bound me. Do you see?
Damn.
What is the point of an Inquisition?
Justinia would have started the Inquisition if the Divine Conclave failed to restore peace. She hoped that with enough support, we could challenge the very tenets of the Chantry.
Oh, okay.
She wanted the Chantry to treat the mages fairly. But sometimes I wonder, why stop at mages? The Chantry has committed many injustices. If we're going to change it, why not change the whole thing? It's just a thought. None of this will be possible if we fail.
No, you're kind of cooking. This is kind of making me not feel so bad about the whole Inquisition thing.
I'll try not to break anything.
That's good to hear.
Completely upending the... I didn't know we were upending the institution of the Chantry entirely.
I'd like to hear about Justinia. What was she like?
A friend. A mentor. Like me, she had secrets, made mistakes. It made her human. I think her followers responded to that.
Was there something more than friendship between you?
You're asking if we were lovers?
I mean...
Typical.
Just...
I was devoted to her,
curious.
therefore it must be romantic. Love is common. Love is simple. My bond with Justinia was something greater. She was a sister, a mother, a teacher. So to answer your question, yes, it was more than friendship.
I mean...
How did you and Justinia meet?
I met her a long time ago, before she became divine. Before she was Justinia. When I met her, she was Mother Dorothea. I was at my lowest. Broken, lost. And she saved me. No, wait. She hates it when I say that. I saved myself. She just showed me it was possible.
We'll talk more later.
So there's... I like how there's still just like a little bit of Liliana still there in terms of her niceness. Pretty cool indeed. I like Liliana a lot. And I think She comes back to this game in a very interesting way. Same with Varric, honestly, and also Cullen. We'll talk to him in a second. Oh yeah, I forgot.
You're back. And in one piece.
Yeah, I've got your notes.
You said you thought Master Tajan was working on something special. If it helps, I found his notes.
The old codger was on the edge of a breakthrough here, but he couldn't see it. You want some of these mixed up? You just give the word.
Cool.
Farewell.
So we've got a recipe for a lyrium potion now. Oh, I have a lot of these, actually. Okay, so for now... Jar of bees. I think I'm gonna get the jar of bees.
And done.
We're gonna roll with that. See, upgrade. I can... Oh yeah, I need a lot more resources to upgrade those. Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's easy in some games to, like, do the thing where characters, returning characters come back and they're in your party or whatever. But, I feel like it's important to have a purpose to that type of thing, beyond it just being, like, the character you remember, like, changing them in ways, especially since, like, a huge amount of time has passed since Origins and now, I think is really interesting. Oh, look at these guys look so stupid. What is fucking happening here? It's just an absolute clusterfuck.
Ugh.
Are you good?
Worried?
Is it that obvious?
I'm afraid so.
Did I do the right thing? What I have set in motion here could destroy everything I have revered my whole life. One day they may write about me as a traitor, a madwoman, a fool, and they may be right.
What does your faith tell you?
I believe you are innocent. I believe more is going on here than we can see. And I believe no one else cares to do anything about it. They will stand in the fire and complain that it is hot.
Oh, there's like a sword that keeps...
But is this the Maker's will? I can only guess.
like flashing on the screen. I think from one of these guys in the background.
You don't think I'm the Herald of Andraste?
I think you were sent to help us. I hope you were. But the Maker's help takes many forms. Sometimes it's difficult to discern who it truly benefits, or how.
That's definitely a step up from thinking that I'm the second coming of Christ.
What's going to happen now?
Now, we deal with the Chantry's panic over you before they do even more harm. Then we close the breach. We are the only ones who can. After that, we find out who is responsible for this chaos, and we end them. And if there are consequences to be paid for what I have done...
What a camera angle.
I only pray the price is not too high.
Cinematography is my passion. Yeah, I mean, like... I mean, we're kind of too far gone now.
Isn't it a bit late to worry about it now?
We have only just begun. My trainers always said, Cassandra, you are too brash. You must think before you act. I see what must be done, and I do it. I see no point in running around in circles like a dog chasing its tail. But I misjudged you in the beginning, did I not? I thought the answer was before me, clear as day. I cannot afford to be so careless again.
Can't say I'm not grateful to hear that.
I can be harsh, I know. You've said you don't believe you're chosen. Does that mean you also don't believe in the Maker?
Yeah, not really.
I'm Dalish. I believe in our own gods.
And there's no room among your gods for one more?
Maybe.
I suppose it doesn't matter now. I have to believe we were put on this path for a reason, even if you do not. Now it simply remains to see where it leads us.
I feel like at the very least it's a lot easier to believe in, like, deities and stuff in universes like this where there's, like, crazy fucking magic. But also, I feel like it would be easy to view, like, deities as just, like, people who are just particularly, like, powerful or notable in their use of magic. Like, real dudes that existed but aren't, like, gods necessarily. But also, in, like, a fantasy universe like this with magic, it kind of blurs the line between what separates a really powerful person from, like, a god.
It occurs to me I don't actually know much about you.
What do you want to know?
I'm not sure. Where are you from?
I thought you knew that.
I suppose I could ask Liliana. She has collected a frightening amount of information on you. But I don't want to ask her. I want to hear it from you.
My clan never stayed in one place for long, though we primarily roamed the free marches.
Oh? I didn't think your people roamed that far north. But clearly I'm mistaken. I'm told some members of your clan might still be alive. Do you intend to go back?
I mean... yeah, maybe.
I might, once this is done.
It will not be the same once you do.
It's true. You can never go home.
I'd like to get to know you better.
You would?
Is that a problem?
Not entirely. I'm just curious as to your motivation.
Being friends.
No motivation beyond making things between us less...
antagonistic?
Exactly.
As you wish. My name is Cassandra Pentecost, daughter of the Royal House of Navarra, 78th in line for the Navarran throne. I joined the Seekers of Truth as a young woman, and was with the Order until they withdrew from the Chantry. I remained as the Divine's right hand, carrying out her order to form the Inquisition. And here we are. That's all there is to know, my lord.
You tell me about Navarra.
You're a member of Navarra's royal family.
The Pentecosts are a very large clan. Half of Cumberland could say the same.
Really?
No, but it feels that way. I have hundreds of relatives so distant they need charts to prove we're related at all. And they have them. Oh yes. The Pentecosts value their precious blood like it runs with gold.
How goes the adventures in Inquisition? Hello, Kizzy. It's going really well. I'm mostly just talking to everyone, all the starting companions and stuff. I'm really excited to kind of get into the game proper as it opens up, but I really like this stuff as well.
And you joined the Seekers to get away from that.
It was a life worth getting away from. The Pentecosts are famed for dragon hunting, but few actually pursue the craft. Most are fat and lazy. They pay lip service to the Maker and care only for idle pleasures and past glories. My brother was all that kept me in Navarra. Once he was gone, so was I.
Yeah, I feel like Navarra is a country that they really don't talk about, like, at all in the other games. Like, it's sometimes referred to in some of the codex things, but there's definitely not as much emphasis on it as there is for Orlais and Parvalin and Tevinter and Antiva.
You don't seem to like your homeland much.
My family polluted it for me. What
Real.
little I saw of my homeland was through the bars of a gilded cage.
Also real.
My uncle treated me like a porcelain doll to be placed on a shelf and dusted only when necessary. Thus I did not see Nevarra, the real Nevarra, until much later. By then I realized I knew it not at all.
Your uncle? What about your parents?
They had the misfortune of taking the wrong side in the second attempt to overthrow King Marcus. The king executed them, but spared my brother and I since we were family, and children at the time. Thus we were raised by my uncle, a Mortalitasi who preferred the company of his corpses to the living.
Oh yeah, I think that's one of the few things that they do mention about Nevarra are the Mortalitasi, which they have like these big, elaborate like pyramids that hold all of their dead, and then the Mortalitasi are the people that oversee them.
Your uncle was a Mortalitasi.
A death mage. He still is. My countrymen do not burn the dead, they bury them in special crypts. The Mortalitasi supervise the crypts, like priests. Uncle Vestalis oversees the grand necropolis. Nevarrans spend more time honoring dead relatives than they do with living ones. It is odd to be so fascinated with death and its trappings. I will never understand it.
The fucking Grand Necropolis sounds like an incredibly cool place.
So you were the right hand to the Divine?
To Divine Justinia, yes. And Divine Beatrix before her, in fact. The position is normally reserved for Templars of the Knights Divine, but my circumstances were unusual.
Unusual how?
You don't know the story? Thank the Maker. I will tell you if you wish, but it isn't as exciting as some drum it up to be. The short version is that I once saved the previous Divine's life. My reward was becoming her right hand.
So we've got Cassandra on the right, and then we have Liliana on the left for the, what sounds like the fairly reasonable Pope.
But what does a right hand do exactly?
What is your hand capable of? It gives, it takes, it beckons. It makes a fist. Liliana and I extended the Divine's reach beyond the Grand Cathedral. We went where she could not. After Beatrix, I was tired of the position and wanted to return to the Seekers. But Justinia convinced me to stay. Her vision for the future gave me hope.
You thought she could really change things?
Justinia knew the war was coming long before it began. She tried to avert it, but the forces arrayed against her were too strong. Sometimes you have to break a bone so it can be reset. That's where the Inquisition comes in. It was to be the answer. A means to preserve as well as an agent for change. I only wish she had lived to see it.
You know, something that I'm kind of noticing on replaying this game is that the dialogue, I feel like the dialogue is a lot more like flowery and kind of poetic than it is in the previous two games. Like it's almost like prose like the way people talk. There's a lot of like really, I don't know, like kind of clever lines, like the Cassandra talking about the, you know, what do you do with your fist? It gestures, it beckons, or your hand gestures, beckons, makes a fist. I feel like there's a lot more of that type of stuff in this game than there is in 2 and Origins, and it makes all the dialogue feel very, like, I don't know, cool to me. And also I feel like a lot of these characters have been saying, like, things that are just very, like, real and cool.
So what's the story about you becoming the right hand?
Sweet Andraste, do you really want to hear that? It was, what, 18, 20 years ago? Some still discuss it like it happened yesterday. The tale gets bigger each time it's told. I barely recognize myself within it now.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's what happens with stories that become legends.
I am not a legend, nor was I then. I was a young woman barely out of training. To hear others tell it, I alone saved Divine Beatrix from a horde of dragons sent to assault the Grand Cathedral. Rather impressive for such a young seeker, wouldn't you say?
And the truth is?
I stumbled upon a conspiracy to kill Beatrix. A Templar Knight Commander was at its heart. And there was a dragon battle at the Grand Cathedral. But I had help from loyal mages who rallied to the cause. They freed the dragons from magical control. Without them, the Divine and I would both have died. Yet I became the right hand, and they are forgotten.
The nature of that story definitely sounds like it's some sort of supplemental thing, like a comic, maybe, or like a side game that they did.
What happened to the mages that helped you?
They went back to their circles, with rewards and privileges and Most Holy's gratitude. Many of them died at the Conclave.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty cool.
An impressive tale. I can see why people enjoy telling it.
Just wait till they start telling stories about you.
Oh god, I really hope they don't run with the Jesus thing. That's why I'm doing my best to stamp it out.
I'll let you get back to work.
Okay, and then before we go, I guess I'll talk to Cullen.
You there. There's a shield in your hand. Block with it. If this man were your enemy, you'd be dead. Lieutenant, don't hold back. The recruits must prepare for a real fight, not a practice one.
Yes, Commander.
We've received a number of recruits. Locals from Haven and some pilgrims. None made quite the entrance you did.
Hey, you know me.
At least I got everyone's attention.
That you did. I was recruited to the Inquisition in Kirkwall myself. I was there during the Mage Uprising. I saw firsthand the devastation it caused.
Sir.
Cassandra sought a solution. When she offered me a position, I left the Templars to join her cause. Now it seems we face something far worse.
Yeah, everything's pretty fucked up, but I feel like the thing will help.
I must have this mark for a reason. It will work, I'm sure of it.
Provided we can secure aid, but I'm confident we can. The Chantry lost control of both Templars and Mages. Now they argue over a new Divine while the breach remains. The Inquisition could act when the Chantry cannot. Our followers would be part of that. There's so much we can... Forgive me. I doubt you came here for a lecture.
Why are you so soft-spoken? What's wrong with you?
You've given this a lot of thought.
I know what happens when order is lost, and action comes too late.
Oh.
There's still a lot of work ahead.
Commander, Sir Raiden has a report on our supply lines.
As I was saying.
Someone's feeling a little doubt over his weird blind support of that obviously evil lady in Dragon Age 2. Perhaps he's lost a little bit of that confidence that he had in the past 2 games.
Yes?
Tell me about Templars.
I'd like to know more about the Templars.
If you need insight into what the Order is doing now, I'm afraid I can't offer more than you already know. Anything else, I will answer as best I can.
You know what?
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Should you require anything, I'll be here.
I'm gonna talk to Cullen a little later. There's something I want to do before I do that. Okay, so for quests, I should have, what is it? This, go to the Hinterlands. You might be familiar, if you're not familiar with this game, perhaps you're familiar with the myriad memes that were made at the time that it came out about getting out of the Hinterlands. Because it's kind of an extended period of the game, but it'll be fine. I feel like that was always something that was like way overblown about this game, is it doesn't really take that long to get out of that area, and there are a lot of other areas that they give you early on. I honestly don't really know why it became like a meme, but whatever. Oh yeah, so there are these you get these cards for your party members instead of it just being their model, which I think is really fucking cool, because the art style is so good, and there's so much like personality in these. They're kind of reminiscent of like tarot cards. The Varric one is very fun because look, it's Bianca. It's like his dick. You get it? He's like standing there with it. He's got it like pointed at the camera. Like kind of looks like his dick. Maybe that's just me, but that was always something that me and my partner joked about with that in particular. I'm pretty sure that's intentional. Oh yeah, and the loading screen cards are actually just like codex entries, so the more of those you get, the more varied they get.
Herald of Andraste. I've heard the stories. Everyone has. We know what you did at the breach. It's odd for a Dalish elf to care what happens to anyone else.
Excuse me?
You'll get no backtalk here. That's a promise.
It's kind of
Inquisition Scout Harding, at your service.
First impression.
Well, all of us here. We'll do whatever we can to help.
Harding, huh? Ever been to Kirkwall's Hightown?
I can't say I have. Why?
You'd be Harding and... No, never mind.
Ugh.
I fucking, I really like the dynamic between Varric and Cassandra.
I'm starting to worry about these stories that everyone's heard.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about. They only say you're the last great hope for Thedas.
Oh, wonderful.
The hinterlands are as good a place as any to start fixing things. We came to secure horses from Redcliffe's old horsemaster. I grew up here, and people always said that Dennett's herds were the strongest and the fastest this side of the Frostbacks. But with the Mage Templar fighting getting worse, we couldn't get to Dennett. Maker only knows if he's even still alive. Mother Giselle's at the crossroads helping refugees and the wounded. Our latest reports say that the war's spread there too. Corporal Vale and our men are doing what they can to help protect the people, but they won't be able to hold out very long. You best get going. No time to lose.
You know, now that I think about it, I don't think we ever saw like a single horse in any of the other games. Like they do mention them a couple times, but there isn't really a whole lot of like emphasis on it at all. At least from what I remember. And there's definitely no like horse riding or anything like that. So here we've got Varric. As always, he just uses Bianca. So it's kind of evil and twisted that they let you put points into the double daggers tree with him. But I think the trade-off is that like, no, it's not, this tree isn't special to him, which is kind of a bummer, but it's fine. This skill, Poisoned Weapons, I remember being extremely powerful. So we'll get that for him. And then for Cassandra, we'll definitely need to have her be more of a tank. The tanking in this game is so much more defined than it is in the other games, where these like there are multiple abilities that draw aggro as opposed to just a couple. And so it's a lot, or the one, I think in both Origins and 2, there's just one ability that draws aggro away from your party members, but in this, there's a lot more. This like whole tree is kind of like based off of guarding and tanking and stuff. So we'll get Warcry, because that's probably good to have. And then this upgrade for this skill just lets her use Taunt to draw aggro of a single enemy as many times as she wants with no cooldown, which is fucking so useful. And it lets her actually like be a tank. And then for these are like the tactics in the other games, but they're kind of or it's mostly just like how much stamina they will keep in reserve, which I usually like to set to 0 so that they just kind of use abilities as much as they possibly can. For Cassandra, we'll want to do targeting behavior, defend, control character, and I think that'll have her prioritize that stuff. Oh, the tactics in this, all it does, so the trade-off for the AI being a lot more intelligent than it is in 2 and Origins is that this just, this is more streamlined, where you can tell them to either use an ability, not use the ability on their own, and then prioritize using the ability. So for this, we'll do like, we'll prioritize these. Or at the very least this one, and then just leave everything else the same. Okay, so our main quest is to go clear the threat at the crossroads and talk to Mother Giselle. If you look here, we zoom out, and this is a big fucking open world map with lots of little things to do. They've got rifts, so rifts basically become this like side activity that you do, and each one you close gives you experience and power. And then these little diamonds are just different quests that you have, and then the camps are an activity that let you establish like fast travel points basically, and then these little camps that you can change your party and potions and stuff at, which is I think is a really neat system. And
this might interest you, sir.
The side activities might be tedious for some people, but I think that they're very fun.
What is it?
And they're definitely a lot more like meaningful in how they feel compared to the busy work in Dragon Age 2 and Origins. Because that's the thing about this game, is that it's not like they just added a bunch of like side activities
Watch your step.
And like open world things to a game series that didn't previously have them, because the other 2 games definitely did have them. They just kind of made them more like, I think they're more polished, and then obviously they're more similar to like the types of things that you would see in AAA games of the time, for better and for worse. Depending on your perspective. So for Solus, they have him defaulted to Ice Magic, but since I'm going to be doing Ice Magic, we're going to have him do maybe Lightning. If, oh yeah, that's a detonator ability. Yeah, Lightning seems cool for him. Yes, we'll do that.
Mother Giselle ought to be around here somewhere.
Man, shit's going pretty bad here.
Inquisition forces. They're trying to protect the refugees.
Looks like they could use a hand.
Hold. We are not apostates.
I do not think they care, Seeker.
Oh yeah, it's like the auto attack is a lot slower than it is in Dragon Age 2. But it's also, it feels so much stronger. Like the amount of damage that I do.
We are not Templars. We mean you no harm.
Even
like
as a
listening.
mage. You know, where as a mage you're obviously doing less damage with your auto attacks than the other classes because you have the really particularly powerful spells. But in this, your damage still feels like pretty meaningful, which is nice.
Get them out of here! Get ready!
And then enemies have like a defined level above them, kind of similar to like an MMO or whatever.
Away with you!
I feel like lots of games started doing this.
Be ready. More coming our way.
Of like having like a general like power level or something. And they have like, if you look at the number, there's like a little symbol that shows whether or not they're like this is just a regular enemy, this archer, and then this knight is like a more notable enemy, like an elite type of guy, which is another thing that's very similar to, there are a lot of MMOs that do that. So I think it's fun, because like I feel like a lot of the original design stuff for Origins felt like it was taking inspiration from how MMOs do their gameplay, and so it's kind of cool seeing them continue with that. As a person who likes them. And this guy is... I wonder... I probably could have flanked that guy.
It's done.
How does that guy see anything with his helmet like that? That shit is crazy.
There are mages here who can heal your wounds. Lie still.
Don't touch me, Mother. Their magic is...
Turn to noble purpose. Their magic is surely no more evil than your blade.
Thank God. A reasonable person.
Hush, dear boy. Allow them to ease your suffering.
Mother Giselle?
I am. And you must be the one they are calling the Herald of Andraste.
Please don't call me that.
Not through any choice of mine.
We seldom have much say in our fate, I'm sad to say.
So you agree with them?
I don't presume to know the Maker's intentions, for any of us. But I did not ask you to come simply to debate with me.
Then why am I here?
I know of the Chantry's denouncement, and I am familiar with those behind it. I won't lie to you. Some of them are grandstanding, hoping to increase their chances of becoming the new divine. Some are simply terrified. So many good people, senselessly taken from us.
What happened was horrible.
Fear makes us desperate, but hopefully not beyond reason. Go to them. Convince the remaining clerics you are no demon to be feared. They have heard only frightful tales of you. Give them something else to believe.
I mean, it sounds like a decent plan, but...
That won't just make it worse.
Because, Because you are a mage?
That too.
Let me put it this way. You needn't convince them all. You just need some of them to doubt. The power is the unified voice. Take that from them and you receive the time you need.
So I show up, say hello, show them the mark on my hand.
I honestly don't know if you've been touched by fate, or sent to help us, but I hope. Hope is what we need now. The people will listen to your rallying call, as they will listen to no other. You could build the Inquisition into a force that will deliver us, or destroy us. I will go to Haven.
It's a reasonable expectation.
Sister Liliana the names of those in the Chantry who will be amenable to a gathering. It is not much, but I will do whatever I can.
Yeah, I mean, I got it. I've done well so far. Played through 2 entire games of this, and...
Corporal Vale is coordinating the Inquisition's efforts in the area. We should speak with him.
Alright. I mean, at least Mother Giselle's like a fucking reasonable person. I feel like in this state that this game's world is in, it's pretty refreshing to see people who are with the Chantry but aren't just like insane. Especially after Dragon Age 2.
You're with the Inquisition. Corporal Vale, thanks for your help. The Mages and Templars don't seem to care who gets caught in their war. The refugees here are in dire need of help. If the war doesn't kill them, cold or starvation will.
Tell me what's up.
What can you tell me about the Templars?
All the Templars were called to Val Royeaux not long ago. These bastards ignored the order. Now they're killing rebel mages, along with any refugees they think are mage sympathizers.
Good work.
Every Templar I've ever known has wanted to protect the common folk. These men defile their order's good name.
I mean, that's kind of like an opinion of, or perspective of ignorance, but sure.
What can you tell me about the rebel mages?
The real rebels are up north in Redcliffe, dug in and taking care of their own. The ones out here are just apostates, locked up in the circles all these years, and now they've gone mad with power. The rebels in Redcliffe have washed their hands of them. I wish we could do the same.
I mean, yeah, I think if you like raise people in a tower for their entire life and give them no ability to cope with the outside world, and then they're just kind of like thrust into that situation, they're not really gonna be able to deal with it well.
What other problems do these refugees face?
We've got some injuries that go beyond stitches and elf fruit. I know healers are in short supply, but if you can find someone in Redcliffe to help us, it would save a lot of lives.
You were concerned about refugees starving?
Yes. Many of them brought food, but they expected to be home by now, or safe in a city. There's a hunter up the hill who had some ideas.
Is there anything we can do to help people deal with the cold?
I asked the Inquisition to send blankets. You'd think I was asking for a wagon of raw lyrium. A recruit named Whittle is trying to make what we can bring in last. If you have any ideas, talk to him across the road.
What can you tell me about the man who's supposed to be getting horses for the Inquisition?
Horsemaster Dennett. He lives on a farm to the west. Tough old fella. We haven't heard from him. Best we can tell, he's holed up until the Mages and Templars are done killing each other.
Farewell.
And you as well.
Alright, so yeah, we need enough power to go to Val Royeaux and address all the dudes there. So at this point, the game kind of just opens up and lets you do whatever, since I feel like always the strongest thing to do in new areas in this game is to just go around and clear out these camps. So that'll be the thing that we're doing first. And then we only have to get a few of them before we have enough to proceed with things. I'm kind of curious how you guys would feel about me doing all of the like a lot of the world map stuff is like really useful, or the open world stuff is like really useful to do, So I'm curious if you guys would want to see that, or if you would prefer if I did all of the
So set up camp or keep moving?
Most of the things like the collectibles and the puzzles and the these like camps and rifts and stuff. If you would prefer that to be off stream. Obviously I would do all the like story side quests
Nothing to report, sir.
on stream, but just the, you know, little things like the camps. There are these Ocularum, which are like another kind of side activity that the game has. It's like a bizarre skull that if you look through it, you do this like fucking Shadow of Mordor thing where you just look and then it reveals shards, and then if you collect all of the shards you can get some like really good weapons and things like that. That is definitely something that I wouldn't do all of on stream, but I don't know, the Fade Rifts and stuff, might do those, depending on how boring you guys think it is. So if you have an opinion one way or the other, just let me know. And if you're watching on, you know, a VOD of this, then you can let me know on YouTube in my comments there. But for now, I think I'll just do enough of the camps to open up more of the story. Yeah, these maps are quite large. Oh yeah, no, I think that guy's shield is definitely just literally blocking every hit. For here, it's good. It's kind of cool. I do like that as like a type of enemy to have. Cassandra's taking so much damage. Yeah, not having healing spells definitely makes you think about this shit differently, but I feel like ultimately the like refillable healing potions are so strong that it mitigates a lot of that. I definitely like the healing potion thing overall too, because it like kind of enables you to be more creative with your or less rigid with your party composition. So if you like particular party members but a lot of them are like of the same class, you have more freedom to, you know, like not have a mage in the party or whatever. But also the game, the way it's structured, is still, you know, you'll definitely have an easier time with a more balanced party, but you don't just like automatically get fucked. Okay, so I think, yeah, this seems like the right way to get to this camp over here. And I might as well close this rift while I'm at it. Okay, nope, never mind. So that's kind of something in this game, is that as the variability in levels means that as you're going around an area, you might just kind of stumble on guys who are well outside of your like item or your level, and then you just kind of have to like not engage with them. I think that at the very least in Origins and 2, they both had that same thing where certain encounters or like guys would be a particularly high level, but the game was really bad at communicating that to you, and so it was hard to tell if like thinking back on it, there were a couple boss fights in Origins that were insanely tough that I'm not sure if they were like felt as impossible as they felt because I was playing the game wrong or because I was like under-leveled for them. But since those games don't display anything like levels for enemies, you kind of just don't have any way of knowing. I always experienced that feeling in these games.
No normal wolf would fight with such determination.
Yeah,
the breach may have driven them mad, or perhaps a demon took command of the pack.
Fucking poor wolves. That's why I really like this version of it, where, you know, or like how MMOs do it, where they just have a defined level above their head. And then something kind of funny that I can do here is I can put a barrier over myself, and these guys are blocking the road, but I can just kind of like do this, and eventually I'll run far enough away to where it won't be a problem. Oh god. Oh yeah, there is a bit of this Skyriming or this Elder Scrolls mountain climbing bullshit in this game, where you can kind of like brute force your way through an unintended path by climbing up a hill like that. Oh god. And I don't know how psychotic it is to like go through areas like this, but I've always kind of done it this way because I like having the all of the camps and as much of the map revealed as I possibly can before I start like actually doing stuff. These guys are particularly stubborn. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I like the clarity of information and telling you when an enemy is over-leveled, so you know that if a thing is the level that you are and you're struggling on it, then you know for sure that it has something to do with how you're approaching the encounter, rather than just like a problem of numbers. Okay, and then I think if we just move in a straight line toward that camp, it should be fine.
Nothing.
That seems right. I really like the environmental design in this game. I think I kind of mentioned it before, but it definitely feels like a huge step up from, I mean, obviously from like Dragon Age 2, but it also feels like a step up from Origins as well. And you know, a lot of that has to do with like time and stuff, but I still think that
we should push ahead.
Okay.
I doubt that was the last of them.
I'm not dealing with those guys. This game is like, even now, you know, it like still looks very pretty to me. I might also be biased just because the type of environment is very appealing. like the hinterlands being, you know, forests and mountains, basically. But even the, you know, all the other areas I think look really cool. And there's, I'm fairly certain there's more of a diversity in the areas in this game than there are in Origins or 2. Which was a huge, the sameness of the areas was a huge criticism of 2. So it feels like they're really trying to break away from that. And at some point I'll be doing more like reading about the nature of Inquisition's development in terms of the amount of time that they had to make it and the type of resources that they were dealing with. Because I think those things for, you know, even games made by really big companies can be severely limited by the amount of resources that those companies are willing to give them.
I assume you've heard about Prince Sebastian, Varric?
I know he invaded Kirkwall. Are you going to blame me
Oh,
for that
he
too?
did it.
I wasn't trying to...
You weren't trying to remind me how bad it is in Kirkwall, so you decided to talk about it?
I thought you might be concerned. It is your home.
Of course I'm concerned. I don't need you prodding me with a stick to prove it.
I can't believe that dude actually did it. He just straight up invaded Kirkwall. That probably didn't go super good for him, right? Okay. I want to put this over here. And I don't think there's a way to clear the skills off of the like ability thing, which is kind of annoying. But it's not a huge deal. Oh yeah, but as I was saying, even if you look at games that like are made under the like some of the biggest companies in all of video games, sometimes they're so restricted by the amount of time that they have to make the game, or the budget, or both. Like that was a problem with
One down.
I think that was one of the big problems about FF14, Final Fantasy 14 when it first came out.
This would make a good place to camp.
The 1.0 version of that game was extremely poorly received, and a lot of that had to do with just how fucking kind of like weird and not well designed it was.
Maybe the Inquisition can find some way to help these people.
Because Square Enix was kind of like unwilling to give them enough resources to handle the magnitude of the project that they were given. You can see it with like, you know, Dragon Age 2, where they only had 11 months to make the game, and there are a lot of like restrictions put on the Dragon Age team by EA and even by BioWare itself, because of like workplace culture things. And then there's Knights of the Old Republic 2 is I feel like a pretty famous example of a game that was like so huge in scope and had so much money behind it, you know, because it was like a Star Wars game, but despite it being attached to like
Bandits ahead.
one of the biggest IPs ever, and then also like I think published by either or you know LucasArts, I think published that, which is a company that has a shit ton of money, but they basically contacted Obsidian, and who is a developer that makes role-playing games, but they're much smaller than something like BioWare. But
I doubt that's the last of them.
As far as I understand the story, the publisher contacted...
According to my research, the ancient elves may have set up wards near here. If we can find the artifacts they used, it may help strengthen this area against tears.
Sounds good. Easy. So the publisher contacted Obsidian and kind of just expected them to have the same like development power that BioWare had with the first game. So they gave them
And Duran Atishan. I did not
a
expect
really
to see another
short
Dalish blood here.
amount of time to
My name
make
is
the
Mirs.
game, and then it
By
went
your
very
weapons,
poorly.
I see you come ready for battle. Perhaps we face a common enemy in these demons.
Sure, yeah, what's up?
Are you fighting the demons on your own?
Fighting the demons is pointless. There will always be more, and I have no means of closing the rifts. But I have
do.
heard of elven artifacts that measure the veil. They may tell us where new rifts will appear. I was not expecting so many demons, however. I believe one of the artifacts is nearby. Can you help me reach it?
Yeah, sure.
It sounds worth investigating.
Thank you. It shouldn't be too much farther ahead.
So most of the quests in this game kind of just let you, like, you may have noticed that I was passing by a lot of these, like, exclamation points, and for the most part you can just, like, leave them until, like, nothing will happen until you actually, like, accept them, but this quest is one of a few that are unique in that if you don't immediately accept them and you just, like, walk away, either she gets killed by that demon, and then when you come back she's just gone, or if you accept it and then walk away, you just like fail the quest. So we'll do it real quick.
I do not think I could have done this alone.
What took you away from your clan?
They were all killed by a demon that our keeper was foolish enough to summon. I am the only survivor of Clan Vernen. I was searching for another clan that would take me in when the breach appeared. Now, I'm doing whatever I can to help with this madness.
It's no problem. And yeah, this won't take too long. Oh, so here, these are actually really cool, where they're, the game still has, like, locked doors, that rogues can pick, and there might be some, like, chests or whatever, that are, only accessible if you have a rogue in your party to lockpick them, but they also have some, like, barriers and things that you can only get through if you have a mage in your party. And then I think there might be ones for warrior, like walls that they can break down or something, which I think is cool.
That's not normal fire.
I have heard of this but never seen it before. It is called veil fire. It is a form of sympathetic magic, a memory of flame that burns in this world where the veil is thin.
Fucking cool. So we've got the concept, the abstract concept of fire. Oh shit. Oh look. I've done it. I've transcended. Hey guys, check this out. Can you do this? I bet you fucking can't. Alright, it's enough whimsy for now. I don't know what causes that bug, but that has definitely happened to me before. And it's a really fun one, because all it does is just, you know, fuck with your animation for a second, and then if you interact with anything, it breaks you out of it.
Crystal, it should react to the strength of the veil.
Sure. Yeah, we'll do that.
I can feel another of the elven artifacts. Yes, the wards are helping to strengthen the veil. This area should be safer for travelers now.
Well, that should prove useful. And it seems the ancestors left something for me as well. Interesting. I believe our alliance is concluded. Go in peace, stranger.
Mahalani, Maglandeval, Vi Enasalim.
Aye. Perhaps you're right. Here, take it. Go with Mithal's blessing.
It's a really fun special option, because I don't, like, even now I don't know what Solus says to her, but it's entirely in Elven, so there might be some, like, translation for it. I think a lot of the Elven words do have, like, a source somewhere, kind of similar to the dragon speech in Skyrim. If you weren't aware, that's like they created an entire fake language for that game, and I think Elven in Dragon Age is similar, but I don't actually know what he says to her in that moment. So now that we're done with that, we can, you know, come back later. There's some, like, stuff to get in there. It's kind of like a bit of a dungeon crawl, but it's not extremely pertinent. And there are a couple of specific things that I really want to make sure that I get to, which is also why, despite having just enough power to go do that Val Royo thing, I do want to get, like, I think I need 2 more for unlocking an area. This is one of those games where, similar to the other BioWare games, there's kind of this, like, system where if you progress in the main story... Dude, what the fuck are these people doing?
They are retreating.
Get 'em.
We must pursue.
There's none of them left to retreat. We don't need any heroes on this operation. We're being paid to keep things quiet and keep trade away from the East Road. When reasonable, allow targets to flee and spread word of the danger in the area. When such is unreasonable, kill all targets, regardless of colors flown. So even the bandits are kind of like, maybe we should be a bit more cautious in terms of how much mayhem we're spreading in order to not, you know, have them get fucked over by the catastrophic events that are happening. But
decent spot to camp.
But yeah, as I was saying, the quests in these games are typically like it's very okay to pick and choose when you do them for the most part, but there are these specific key moments where if you haven't completed the side quests up to that point, then they're like rendered incompletable. Like, basically, if you're familiar with the concept of the, like, a point of no return in a game, like the point right before the end where you're locked out of everything, and then you're kind of railroaded into the end of the game, it's basically like a lot of mini versions of that throughout the game, where if you're playing through them for the first time, you probably won't know when they are, but if you are experienced in, you know, like if you've played the game before, then it's easy to know because they're pretty clearly defined. So thankfully for this game, I do know that, and I can kind of like manipulate and pick and choose what things that we're doing first and when to progress the story or do side stuff. Okay, so I think I need 1 more power, so I'm gonna go over here and close this rift real quick, and then we'll be able to go do the Val Royo thing. Also, apologies if I sound a little weird. I've been having, like, pretty bad allergies for the past couple weeks or so, and I hope it starts clearing up now that it's, like, more definitively in the summer, but today I'm kind of, like, a little congested. so apologies if I sound fucked up.
I'm injured!
Yeah, I feel like generally having everyone grouped up like this is just really fucking strong, especially if you have someone with this upgraded barrier spell, because if you manage to cast it on all 4 party members and then it expires, I'm pretty sure once it's expired for everyone, it's basically just ready to go right away. Oh, and that's there's a thing with the Fade Rifts that I think is really like fun and engaging. There are actually a couple. One of them is that during these like rounds, you can go up to the rift and then kind of like disrupt it, and it'll do a bunch of damage to all of the enemies and stun them. And then there's another thing where in between the waves, you
Stay
can
alert. The chaos has made this part of Ferelden more dangerous than ever before.
You know there was a blight here, right?
All right, yes. Except during the blight.
During the, or in between the waves, when the enemies are about to spawn, they have these little like green symbols where they're going to emerge, and if you use the Dispel magic spell that I just got on those green spots, it just kills them instantly before they have a chance to show up. So that's like a cool thing you can do.
Kill that warrior!
And it makes Dispel effects have, I feel like, more of like a definitive use. In 2 in Origins, there are spells with that effect, but I feel like they're a lot harder to use properly and ultimately are kind of like less rewarding because there aren't a whole lot of like statuses that enemies use very often that you would want to dispel or need to dispel. Fuck these fucking guys.
It must have been some time since the Renegade Templars faced a mage of any talent.
That's true. I like the little fuck on there. That was good. Okay, so now we're good to go. And this would be a point where if you're playing it for the first time and you think, you might think like, oh, well, I should do everything on the map here before I go do the Val Royeaux thing. But believe it or not, that's actually not that is not like a gated point in the game. And so I feel like maybe new players could, or people playing this game for the first time could like get caught up in that and then kind of get like a wrong impression of the game. Like it's like boring or that it's paced too slow or something like that. Which, now that I think about it, might be the source of the get out of the hinterlands meme that was proliferating at the time. I think my experience playing this game was kind of funny because like I had played 2 and really liked it. And then I like heard Inquisition came out and I was like, oh, that's really neat. It'd be awesome to play the sequel to that. And I heard people talk about the Hinterlands thing and then people just stopped talking about it. And so I was like,
Master Harry said that without more ore, he won't be able to
I was like really curious. I was kind of worried it was like bad or something until I was able to play it myself, and then I kind of came away from it being like, holy shit, why aren't people talking about this more? This is great.
Your kind killed the most holy. Lies. Your kind let her die. Shut your mouth, mage!
Enough!
Knight Captain.
That is not my title. We are not Templars any longer. We are all part of the Inquisition.
And what does that mean, exactly?
Oh, of
Back
course.
already, Chancellor.
It's the shit
Haven't
stirrer.
you done enough?
I'm curious, Commander, as to how your Inquisition and its Herald will restore order as you've promised.
Of course you are. Back to your duties, all of you. Mages and Templars were already at war. Now they're blaming each other for the Divine's death.
Which is why we require a proper authority to guide them back to order.
Who? You? Random clerics who weren't important enough to be at the Conclave?
The Rebel Inquisition and its so-called Herald of Andraste? I think not.
Dude, who asked you? Also, I'm not the...
I don't believe I'm Andraste's herald any more than you do, Chancellor.
That laudable humility won't stop the Inquisition from using the misconception when it suits them.
The Inquisition claims only that we must close the breach or perish.
You say that now, Commander. We shall see if the sentiment remains true.
Colin, why haven't we killed this guy?
Remind me, why are you allowing the Chancellor to stay?
Clearly, your Templar knows where to draw the line.
He's toothless. There's no point turning him into a martyr simply because he runs at the mouth. The Chancellor's a good indicator of what to expect in Val Royeaux, however.
That sounds fun.
The Mages and Templars are fighting, even though we don't know what really happened at the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
Exactly why all this should be left to a new Divine. If you are innocent, the Chantry will establish it as so.
Or we'll be happy to use someone as a scapegoat.
You think nobody cares about the truth? We all grieve Justinia's loss.
But you won't grieve if the Herald of Andraste is conveniently swept under a carpet.
Oh man, the fucking... Yeah, I really don't know what weird machine there is outside that's going on, but they've been doing it like all day for hours on end. It's driving me fucking crazy. And again, hopefully it's not picking up on the mic too much. Or at all.
How widespread is the violence between Mages and Templars?
Impossible to say.
Your organization flouting the Chantry's authority will not help matters.
With the Conclave destroyed, I imagine the war between Mages and Templars is renewed with interest.
Don't let anyone riot while we're gone.
The walls will be standing when you return, I hope.
Yeah, I feel like if that guy's a safe-ish indication of what Val Royeaux will be like, then that's it's kind of my personal hell.
Just to verify that the infections have decreased.
So the other thing I wanted to do was unlock... Oh, this costs 4. Okay, so we have
We
these
are
to
garnering
collect.
interest from the capital.
You're not pleased?
I am not convinced we are prepared for the full scrutiny of Val Royeaux.
Let's see what happened with that shitty nobleman guy. Commander Colin, am I to understand you are in charge of the soldiers trampling on my lawns, providing food and refuge to the scrabble of filth burrowing into my land? A plague on you, sir, for spitting in the face of an honest petitioner, for taking advantage of my distress. Did my wretched... Yo. Alright. This shit's fucking driving me nuts. Did my wretched neighbor Bantraft whisper in your ear? Tell me what he paid you so that I may at least know the price of treachery, sir. My only consolation is that a few of the rank and file have gone to join your farce of an inquisition. In bitterest disgust, Lord Kildarn. So, we fucked over that guy, which is good. I think honestly, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cut the stream short because this shit has not relented all day, and even if it's not picking up on the mic, it's loud enough to where I can't even hear myself talk. So I'm gonna call it for today, unfortunately, but I will be back tomorrow, and I hope to see you there. I'll be streaming at 10 a.m. and hopefully there won't be a fucking dude outside with some sort of threshing machine ruining my shit. But yeah, bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow.